Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and I'm going to be doing this live stream. This is December 2nd. This is also being recorded, so please make sure that you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I also have a live stream on my website. You can see this live stream on the larger channel and on my smaller YouTube channel. On the smaller YouTube channel, you'll be able to see the dashboard of the market. The market's going to be opening up in about 8 minutes or so in New York. This is all live feed on the dashboard, so you can take a look at what's going on in real time on the S&P 500, the VIX, the Euro USD currency, and oil. I also have on the ticker. You can take a look at some of the ETFs that I'm watching. But I'll go over what's going on in the market throughout the broadcast. So you can watch the live stream on the big channel, on the second to largest channel on my YouTube. You can also watch it on live stream. I have to set up the website for the live stream right now. But I'll be playing a video while I'm doing that. But that's how you can watch my work live. This is supposed to be interactive. I'm going to be setting up the X spaces so you can participate. You can do a call-in. That's the whole purpose of the X spaces. Again, we're going to be covering the news, and this is supposed to be interactive. So please participate in the chat and also in X spaces to do a call-in. I do appreciate people calling in to give me their opinion about what's going on in their area or the particular topic that we're covering. But the idea is this is interactive. All right, we have to be a little bit careful on what we say on certain topics because I do get censored on YouTube. I have a couple strikes on one of my channels, and we have to be careful of that. But we're just going to be going the way we can. So let's begin with just dropping into Bloomberg. Right now, the futures market. Right now, the futures market is at 6,052. It'll probably go down a little bit during the open for the S&P 500. The Euro USD is trading at 1.049, so roughly about the same as last week. VIX is still low. It's at 1394 before opening. And oil is trading at 68.85. So everything looks pretty positive for the market right now. So let's just drop into Bloomberg, take a look at that, and I'll set up the live stream on the website.
Into this is if you think about the offices, a lot of organizations have moved to more collaborative spaces, more of a hoteling model versus actual personalized offices that you go to every day. And that is playing into this. How do you get to the social aspect? How do you get engagement with the organization? So I think, one of the things as employers grapple with where they want to ultimately land on hybrid and how many days in the office, those kinds of things, it really is looking at what are some of the things you're going to do with your work site itself, your design of your space, how's that going to be utilized, what kind of amenities will you have, what does the footprint look like, and really maximize the investment that you're making and really driving some of those cultural aspects to drive engagement, which ultimately, hopefully will allow your folks to, not be doing this quiet quitting, if you will, because we've still got, again, 40+ % of folks that are actually saying they will move to another employee or quit in the next 12 months.
Yep. All right, Kim, fascinating stuff. Kim Biller, Global People Consulting Leader at EY Parthenon. I find it interesting that, we're almost 5 years since the beginning of the pandemic, yet corporate America hasn't really, it doesn't feel like corporate America is found a new normal.
No, they haven't coalesced around something in particular, and I wonder if that just varies by geography as well, certainly by sector, but...
Yeah, I mean, 3 of my kids in the workforce, their age range 25 to 28, they can't even conceive of a world where it's 5 days. They can't even conceive of it because they kind of came into the workforce just as this thing was kicking off, and so it's just interesting. It's a different mindset for a lot of folks. So again, one of the things still trying to figure out here. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
so let's go to Fox News while they're in break. This is Brett Baer on the pardon issue. I'll give you my opinion on the pardon after this.
Us now on the phone. Brett, what is your reaction? Probably no surprise or shock, but nonetheless, what do you think?
Yeah, guys, I think this is not a surprise, but maybe the timing of it, you know, coming today on Thanksgiving weekend Sunday, and how it's written up in this release by the White House. Obviously, you guys have already talked about how the White House has, for more than a year, said that he was not going to do this, ever do this. You saw the David Muir interview with ABC where he said he was never going to pardon his son Hunter, no matter what. We've seen different iterations from Karine Jean-Pierre from the White House press briefing room the same way. I think internally a lot of people thought that by the end of this term he was probably going to do it anyway. And so in that sense, it's not a surprise. I think to your point, the timing of it is, you know, it's going to be a lot of reaction on Capitol Hill. You're already seeing Congressman Comer and others say that it was a lie, that President Biden said he wouldn't pardon him, and expect the focus from Republicans to be on this as they get ready for their own battles with nominations that President-elect Trump has put forward.
So, Brett, as we're getting ready to start watching some of these confirmation hearings in the Senate, what does this amp up the partisanship, or does it temper it down, or does it have no impact whatsoever on what's already going to be pretty contentious hearings coming up?
No, I think it's going to amp it up, and I think that, you know, Republicans will use this as ammo against Democrats who are going after various nominees, and I think that, you know, there'll be a lot of pointing back to all that President Biden has said, that he wasn't going to do this, and here he is. And there'll be a lot of talk about lawfare and the use of that against President-elect Trump all throughout this time. You know, there were some people in certain circles that said if Biden didn't pardon Hunter, that maybe when President Trump was inaugurated, that maybe he would. You know, and that actually was being tossed around as a possibility. But obviously that's all to the wayside now, as President Biden has made this decision, and he's made it early, well before he leaves office on January 20th.
I was trying to remember, and I couldn't come to mind right away, the last time a family member, and I bet you have that's something you might have on the top of your head, the last time a family member had to be pardoned by a president.
I don't have that, and I
Okay,
think
feel a little bit
that,
better about that.
yeah. I mean, don't feel bad, because it's not on the top of my head, and I think we'll have to look back and see where exactly that might.
I mean, we've had some pretty good family members, but maybe not quite this level of family members.
This is a little bit longer video here for Fox, but I did set up the live stream on the website so you can watch it three different ways. On the larger channel, on my smaller YouTube channel with the dashboard, or on my website, and you can send either the large screen or the dashboard screen. It's up to you. So there's three different ways to watch. I just set up the call-in for X Spaces on my channel, so please follow me on X and on GETTR. I have two actually feeds on X, so take a look at the Dr. Cottrell feed, and you can do the call-in there. So, you know, it's about being interactive here. The market just opened, so the S&P 500 is at 6,045. Again, I have a target at year end anywhere from 5,800 to 6,100. Most likely it'll be around 6,000 for the year end close. It might even be higher. There might be a little, but the higher it is, the little bit more worry I have of the first quarter maybe doing some sort of correction. But let's just see. But the S&P 500 did open up at over 6,000. It's at 6,045. VIX is trading at 1387, so really low risk. And we have euro trading at 1.049, and oil is trading at 68.91 a barrel for WTI. So it's pretty good. Now, we'll see how it emerges throughout the day. But Hunter Biden's, news yesterday, the two big news things that happened, I think, that happened during the weekend were Kash being nominated for the FBI, and we'll cover that, and then obviously Joe Biden's pardon of his son, Hunter Biden. My take on this, if you zoom out, I see this as election interference of 2020, right? By the mainstream media, by the agencies like the FBI, slow walking the laptop, trying to frame it as some sort of Russian, disinformation campaign. It was found to be legit, right? They slow walked it at the Justice Department. If this was in the news during the 2020 election, most likely Biden wouldn't have been quote president. And there's other issues with that. I don't want to bring it up, but there's for sure. Assuming that everything was above board with the vote count in 2020, which probably it wasn't. But the thing is, let's just assume that it was. The Hunter Biden laptop would have deep sixed Joe Biden's campaign against Trump. The FBI slow walked it. The media spun it as some sort of disinformation from Russia. So there was election interference at the media level and at the FBI level. Why do I say this? Kash is going to take a look at these nefarious things that are going on. Because yes, he's pardoned and there's nothing that they can do. Maybe they can do some investigation and smear his name in the public eye and blah, blah, blah. But he's not going to do any jail time, all right? Because the way the pardon goes is it goes all the way back to when he started his funds, as a consultant and all this. So he's not going to do any time. But, Hunter Biden's not going to do any time. But the thing is that there's a larger issue here, and that is multi-agencies, including the power of the press, the power of the media, using that whole Smith modernization to try to convince the public nothing to see here, right? There's nothing to see here at the laptop from hell, right? No, there was no way that the Biden family was, doing nefarious things with Ukraine or China. That's all Russian disinformation. So by investigating, not necessarily so much the Hunter laptop and the nefarious things that Hunter Biden and the Biden family were doing, but what the coordination was going on at the FBI level and the media level to try to create this thought in the public eye that this was just disinformation. The media was complicit. The point I'm making here is the media is complicit of interfering with the election in 2020. And it goes even better. They were complicit in trying to affect the election in 2024 by doing these fake polls, propping Harris up, saying that she was, more popular and everything than she was. The evidence on the ground was on the contrary. People weren't going to her rallies. Trump was going to the rallies. The nefarious things that were going on with the attempted assassinations, at least 2 that we know of, maybe 3. So there's something big going on here. It's not just the pardon. Step away from just the pardon. Look at the nefarious activity by the FBI, by the media, to affect the elections in 2020 and 2024. That's, I think, the bigger point. We're never going to see justice on Hunter Biden. There's for sure that the family's on the take. But we can investigate through Kash and the ones that the one that's going to run the DOJ, Bondi. So Bondi and Kash together can really look at what was going on at the DOJ with election interference in 2020 and in 2024. What was going on with the smear campaign saying that everything was a Russian, some sort of Russian misinformation or some sort of collusion going on? Why did they slow walk stuff that was related to Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden? What about the nefarious things that were going on with the Obama administration when he said start investigating Trump's campaign? This is back in 2016. When you look at that, not that so much the pardon, you look at the coordination that was going on during Obama's administration. What was going on with trying to sweep it under the rug with classified information that Hillary Clinton had that she shouldn't have? A president can have classified information. That is a fact, all right? A president has the authority to actually declassify anything by just his action declassifies it. So, Mark Levin went into detail the law on that. So we need to look at the FBI, the DOJ, and the ones in power that were slow walking investigations and also going after political enemies. So in the Trump administration, second term, I hope that Bondi at the DOJ and Kash at the FBI really investigate what was really going on, going all the way back to the Obama administration. I don't know if it was the first term of the Obama administration, but it sure as hell was the second term. And there were nefarious things going on, and they were trying to hide. And this is the reason why power players at the Democratic Party are worried. They're worried because they know they broke the law. And the people that, kind of towed the line because they thought they would win, people at the agencies, some people that were running, congressional committees, they thought that they would be able to be protected by the system as long as the Democrats won. No, they broke the law. They need to be investigated. They tried to overthrow multiple times the election process. And they did it different ways. But they sure as hell tried to, say that the Hunter laptop was fake in the mainstream media. Meanwhile, it was real. The FBI slow-walked it. The DOJ slow-walked the investigation. They sped through, anything dealing with any connection to Trump with any of his advisors. They'll fast-walk that. But they'll slow-walk someone that was on the take. Hunter Biden was on the take. He sold his country down the river for millions of dollars. And now he gets away scot-free. I think that's wrong. But the thing is that we need to look at the system that allowed this to happen. And I think that many of the people that Trump is putting into powerful agency positions or department positions we'll get to the bottom of this. We're going to find out that our country killed our president, JFK. We're going to find that out definitively. We're going to find out that there were nefarious actors within our government that most likely orchestrated the assassination attempts on Trump. We're going to find out the nefarious activities of the FBI and the DOJ going after political opponents while they're doing their election. And if the media does, why is the media talking heads and the ones that are at these departments like the FBI and the DOJ, why are they all worried? If they didn't break the law, they don't have to worry. Because they did break the law. And they know it. Now the question is do we have the political willpower to show a light on it, show the American public what our government did to its people and to its president and candidates and advisors, and fix it? So I'd rather fix the problem so it never happens again, so the deep state doesn't take control of our government and have him go scot-free, and have Hunter Biden go scot-free. I'd rather have a working government. But if we never go and investigate the ones that perpetrated these actions in 2016, in 2020, and in 2024, we don't have a government. And I'm hoping that Bondi and Kash will do just that, and others that are in Trump's cabinet. But we have the opportunity to get this done. Why are they slow walking the Epstein list? Well, we know why. Because there are powerful people that are on that list, right? But this is the sort of thing that we need to find out. A lot of nefarious things have been going on in the last 15, 20 years. We need to know. You know, he'll have his millions. Hunter Biden just collected millions of dollars for, selling his country down the river. Dishonorable discharge because he's a crackhead. Tried to serve his country, but didn't serve it honorably. Meanwhile, we have honorable serving veterans that have lost limbs, have brain injuries because of concussions, are homeless. Why? We can't support our veterans that have honorable service to country and they're homeless, but yet Hunter Biden, the crackhead, dishonorable service to country, sold his country down the river to the CCP and the Ukrainians. I think that's a problem. I think that's a big problem. And it needs to be investigated. We need to treat our vets right. Not reward dishonorable service to country. It's crazy what is going on with this guy. But it's bigger than Biden. It's bigger than Hunter Biden and the laptop. It's a symptom of the Hunter laptop and the Hunter Biden pay to play is a symptom of a major disease. And that disease is the deep state eroding our constitutional freedoms and eroding the balance of power. It needs to be investigated. Powerful personalities need to be put into position at the DOJ, at the FBI, at the DNI, at the Defense Department to fix it. And of course, the deep state is going to say, we don't like these people because they weren't inculcated to our culture, and therefore, they may be compromised by Russia. The moment you hear something like they might, they're compromised by Russia, or they have an affinity to Putin, and it's on CNN, you got to think the opposite. You got to just think the opposite. They're scared of this person because they're going to actually lift up the rug and realize there's a lot of junk underneath the rug that was swept under the rug because of the deep state trying to hide stuff. So they're trying to demonize Tulsi, saying that she's some sort of Russian agent or something. That's BS, total BS. Now, obviously, what we went through in 2016 and in 2020, I think they, cried wolf too often in the mainstream media. But there's some stupid people out there still, right? That includes, some of the alumni at Harvard that, think that, the Democrats are all lily white. They're not. They're not. And investigations need to happen. And you need to prosecute these people if they broke the law. Like Comey and like, Adam Schiff and, high up at the FBI level and at the DOJ and Garland and all of them. These people, they went after the Trump campaign and the Trump presidency and tried to manipulate the election to go into the favor of the Democratic Party. That's what happened. And we as a people need to do something about it. Our government needs to hold these people accountable so it never happens again. If that's the only thing that Trump does, he has now launched America 100 years into the future of prosperity. He could have a tanking economy, right? The economy sucks. Let's just assume that the economy completely sucks. It won't. But let's just say the economy completely sucks. If he does that one thing and restructures these agencies, reduce their power, and can put in guardrails to prevent the overreach by these agencies, and have a prior president, Obama, go after his political opponent through lawfare. If we can stop that, Trump will be successful and be one of the best presidents the United States has ever had, going all the way back to Washington. I think Washington is the best, but it's going to be close if Trump can do this, if Trump has the staying power to get the job done on this. All right, again, I have X spaces on, so if you want to do a call-in, please do that. Please, follow, just raise your hand in X and I'll take your call. Please help support my work. How do you support my work? Make sure you subscribe to all my channels. Make sure you follow me on social media like X, GETTR, and follow my podcast, Apple Podcast. You can listen to me on Podomatic. I also have put audio files so you can listen to me on my website, and that's called radio. So broadcast. I have a broadcast button, and so you can listen to my audio through radio or through live, and that's just the live streams. And help support my work by sharing the links and purchasing the products. If you listen to what I have to say in terms of how to help with your body, how to improve your health, how to slow down inflammation, soak up those free radicals and all that stuff, you can slow down your aging process, you can improve your longevity, improve your immune system and your other systems, like your cardiovascular system and whatnot. So just help by supporting the channel by going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of all my videos. It's really easy. And get the great products that I offer. I have boxes, anti-aging boxes. I have longevity boxes that are curated to be able to find to at a certain price point how to improve your health, or you can buy individual products on my store. It's up to you. Some of those individual products that I have are magnesium and zinc. This is important to take every day. It's a high quality magnesium and zinc supplement that'll boost up your immune system. Take it every day. If you're in the cold season, you're not feeling too well, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take one in the evening. But on a regular, day where you're feeling okay, just take one dose. I usually take it in the morning, but it's up to you when you want to take it, and boost up your immune system. So please take the magnesium and zinc supplement. Next, it's really important to soak up free radicals. Really important. All right, it slows down the aging process, it boosts up your energy levels. I have 3 different versions of C60. I have extra virgin olive oil, I have MCT coconut oil, and avocado oil. All right? C60 is a carbon molecule, 60 carbon molecules, looks like a soccer ball, and it will soak up free radicals. All right? Soak up those reactive oxygen species. When you do that, you're reducing the stress on the cell when you soak up those free radicals. And you're also improving the mitochondrial health of the cell. That means your ATP is going to go up. When you have more ATP, that means you have more neurotransmitters. That means that you have healthier neurons. That means you have healthier tissues. You have healthier glands. You have a healthier endocrine system. You have you have a healthier musculature system. So skeletal muscular system. So by soaking up these free radicals, it's improving your cell's health by reducing that free radical stress on the cell, all right, and boosting up your energy. When you're boosting up that energy, you're going to have a better immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take a teaspoon of C60 a day. Take a teaspoon of C60 a day, all right, and that will soak up those free radicals. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, and avocado oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. The higher the ounce configuration, the cheaper it is per ounce. So it behooves you to buy the higher ounce configuration. So please go to my store and get the C60. This is a very, very powerful antioxidant that you can take every day, and it's synergistic with some of the other things that I have. And lastly, before we go and continue on with Hunter Biden, who sold his country down the river for millions of dollars and was a disgrace as a service member to his country. Before we go to that video, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. You need multivitamins as cofactors for enzymatic activity. This is a high quality vitamin. It's easy to digest. You should be taking a multivitamin every day, especially when you get older. And have this as a daily routine, and you have other things that you're stacking it with. Very important to take a multivitamin. If you don't do anything else, take a multivitamin. It's a good start. All right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the multivitamin they offer. It's an easy to digest multivitamin. It has a lot of different vitamins in it. I don't have time to go through all of them. You can go to the store and take a look at the vitamin profile. But taking this multivitamin will be easier to digest for you. So that's how you can support the work. Follow the protocol. Everything that I'm going to be talking about, I take, all right? Slows down the aging process, boosts up the immune system. It helps with bringing down inflammation and reactive oxygen species. It does a lot. If you follow what I do, you'll improve your health. Or don't follow. It's up to you. All right. Let's continue on with Hunter Biden, the guy that actually sold his country down the river for $1.
Brings it to a new level.
That's right. And listen, think about how much coverage we've had on the Hunter Biden saga and all elements of it. Not just the gun charge, which he goes into, President Biden, in this release pretty specifically about all of that, but then, he doesn't talk a lot about the taxes, which also are covered in this 10-year going back to, how far this goes back as far as a pardon goes. And perhaps those are more serious of the charges that we hadn't really gotten to.
Well, in the federal tax evasion charges, he actually pled guilty to. The question is whether he would have really served time. That's what something the president is saying would not be likely. But nonetheless, I mean, the federal tax evasion charges is a serious thing. So he gets away with all of it. And there's going to be no recourse. My question is, will there ever be answers to the many questions as to the president's knowledge of Hunter Biden's dealings, both internationally, the federal tax charges, all of it? How much did the president know? Will we ever know?
Listen, we've gone down this road and obviously confronted President Biden. Peter Ducey did it numerous times.
If an investigation shows that, definitively that Joe Biden received cash payments while he was vice president, or even, after being vice president, that seems like it would be open for, prosecution of Biden. Because it sounds like that he took those payments in an unofficial capacity. And based on what the Supreme Court said, you do something that seems to be illegal, and you're doing something illegal that is a non-official capacity, then you can be charged. Now, they were more focused on presidents, but was Joe Biden getting payments while he was president? I don't know. Seemed like he was getting payments when he was vice president and after he was vice president. Maybe that, is the way to handle this situation. But he got away with something that most people would not get away with. And he sold his country down the river. That's the thing that bothers me the most. Dishonorable service and selling your country for $1. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
About whether he was on the speakerphone, whether he knew about the businesses, and there was always this denial, but much of what we saw that came out from that laptop, which obviously was confirmed to be accurate, it suggested much more knowledge than he ever let on. I don't think that Republicans are going to spend a lot of time in committees after the inauguration going backwards to Biden. I could be wrong, but I think that they've got a lot of big things to do on the Trump agenda.
Right, Lisa Booth here. I was going to ask a question a little bit further about that with the pardon being outside of the scope of just the tax charges and the gun charges specifically. Does this insulate Joe Biden from potentially some of those roads leading to him? I mean, we know that IRS agents, whistleblowers have stepped forward saying that they were previously thwarted from following those roads that could potentially get to Joe Biden. So does this sort of broad pardon insulate and protect Joe Biden?
Maybe. That's a great point. And, I think we'll have to look at that. I agree, it's pretty sweeping. If you look at the entire pardon itself and how it's written. This is a unique thing in that it is the son of a president, but it is something that Republicans have been looking at for many months.
Absolutely. President Biden, obviously, as you just brought up, had said that he was never going to pardon his son. Now he's being called out as a liar. He actually did say that he would respect the jury's outcome no matter what it is, and that he said that he would not pardon Hunter. That's back in June. Let's listen to that.
As we sit here in... This is the premium Garmin Duffel 45-liter by Half Day. It's a transforming 2-in-1 travel duffel bag for long weekends, weddings, and business trips.
ISM manufacturing index rises 48.4, estimate was 47.5. So the manufacturing index is slightly higher than expectations.
As we sit here in Normandy, your son Hunter is on trial, and I know that you cannot speak about an ongoing federal prosecution.
I mean, think about this. Think about what I said like maybe 3 minutes ago about honor to country, about not selling, not selling your country down the river for a buck, making sure that when you're in service that you serve honorably. He's on the beaches of Normandy, where thousands of Americans died during D-Day, in World War II, to push back the Nazis. All right, and he's desecrating on the beach, lying to the fourth branch of government, the press. Meanwhile, his son served his country dishonorably and sold his country down the river. And then Daddy Warbucks gets a little bit of money on the side, 10% for the big guy. Those people that died at Normandy, they didn't die for this fucking bullshit. This is the problem that I have with these people that are in power. They shit all over the country. They don't care about you and I. They don't, as long as they can get their 10 million, 30 million, 100 million, their golden parachute, they don't care. They don't care. And so now we have a country that is falling apart. Disgusting.
Ask you, will you accept the jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is?
Yes.
Pure
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes.
I mean, did he have any choice to answer any differently there, Brett? I mean, honestly.
In the middle of an election,
No.
at that point he's still running. I think probably that's how he was going to answer it.
Oh, so if you're running for president, you can say whatever you want, so you can get votes. And then once you get your votes in, and you win the office, you can do whatever you want.
Down the road, the White House briefing, the press corps had really asked Karine Jean-Pierre numerous ways, numerous times, including our own correspondents in the room, whether that was going to change 6 months down the road. And it was pretty definitive. It was really cut and dry. It was not going to happen, was never going to happen, is never going to happen. And I think, listen, I think people who looked at this politically thought it was going to happen, period, the end. Whether it was going to be President Biden in the final days, this is a little bit earlier than people expect.
I think he believed that a re-election would happen, and that's what he was banking on. And I believe that is the reason why he had to stick to that answer, because he actually didn't think that there was any chance that he would be booted out of office by former President Trump.
There's a big move in the dollar right now. Dollar strengthening against the euro. I don't know exactly why yet. Maybe we'll cycle into Bloomberg. Maybe we'll get a little better understanding. But let's continue on with the family that sold the country down the river.
Harris would in fact take his seat. I mean, things were very different if you think about it in June. Because remember the month of July and what went down in July. That's when, Biden was out, Kamala Harris was in, she started campaigning. He would have never seen what was to come.
Well, and to that point, Julie, Brett, if you're Joe Biden, what do you have to lose at this point, right? Your party kicks you out, he drops out via X, he's not running for re-election. He's out, his reputation's tarnished, so is it in his administration. So at this point, Brett, what does he have to lose?
No, and there's not a lot of political downside for this move for Democrats. Again, I think on Capitol Hill, people expected this. And so it's kind of baked in the cake as far as the politics. We'll hear about the sound and fury for a couple of days, I think, in reaction. And it may, in fact...
He should have never had the pardon because he didn't serve his country honorably and he sold his country down the river. He did things illegally. He shouldn't have had the pardon. The problem is that his father was in office and his father was on the take. 10% for the big guy. Yeah, okay? And then an investigation happens and they say, maybe the brain of Joe Biden is at such a state that he couldn't even be held, for
I
trial.
can't find in the brain in your Apple Music library.
What?
You can ask me to play a radio station or ask for your music on a different app.
So, Hunter Biden got away with a lot of stuff. And he shouldn't have. Because he desecrated honor to country. And so, the people behind the scenes go, well, this was part of the calculus. Of course he was going to do this. Yeah, I mean, it seemed the logical move if you want to just look at game theory and not care about country, not care about ethics, all right? It seemed to be the logical move. But the thing is here, it's a bigger picture, bigger story. The mainstream media tried to hide it, to overthrow the election for the Democratic Party. They were spinning it, this whole story, back in 2020 in such a way where it was all fake, Russian disinformation, blah, blah, blah. They affected the election in 2020, assuming that all the counts are correct. Let's just assume that. Probably not, but let's just assume that all the counts in 2020 were right. They affected the election by slow walking this. The DOJ affected the election by slow walking it. The FBI affected the election by not investigating promptly. It was election interference.
The oxygen out of the room for some of the focus on some of the president-elect's nominees. But get ready, because once we get to January 6th and that process starts, it'll be full court press when it comes to politics.
So, Brett, I knew that there was a bell ringing in the back of my mind. It was Bill Clinton, in fact, who pardoned his half-brother Roger on cocaine charges. So
there you go.
I knew it was sometime.
Wait. So Fox is making a comparison between Bill Clinton and his brother, or stepbrother, his brother, whatever, and cocaine charges. But the big guy got 10% for selling the country down the river. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's totally not the same. You had the election interference that was going on all the way back in the Barack Obama second term for 2016. You have the slow walk of the laptop. These are election interference issues. Didn't have election interference issues with Clinton Bill Clinton that we know of. There was election interference obviously with Hillary, right? It's totally different. It's the focus. Media is just going to focus, he got the pardon. What about the election interference? What about the big guy getting money, selling the country down the river? That's the big story. The election interference by the DOJ, the FBI, and the mainstream media.
I couldn't remember which one.
Did we ever find out who brought cocaine to the White House?
Maybe now we can
We got to the bottom
uncover
of
that
that.
one.
Yeah,
But I wonder if this frees up Hunter to now, go into the pardon business. This is what Roger Clinton was doing, running around lobbying for pardons and collecting cash in the process. But I think, what Brett just said, we're moving on. That's what Shannon said, that the news cycle, it keeps moving on. So this happened on a Sunday. My take is that if I were a Democrat, I would not.
The news cycle keeps on moving on. Let's just look at the superficial. The news cycle just keeps on moving on. Just, the superficial. Hunter Biden gets pardoned, by his father. That's just the surface. Let's go a little bit deeper, guys. You should be journalists. the government was doing election interference by a lot of different ways. And slow walking this story of the laptop and the payments, if they adequately investigated it and adequately covered it during the 2020 election, Biden most likely would not have won. Assuming that all of the electoral, all the votes were counted appropriately. All right, let's just give them that, assume that. Of course it wasn't, but let's just assume it. The mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, Bloomberg, swayed the election in such a way because of pushing a story that this was just Russian disinformation, get Biden into the White House, further investigation takes place, and it seems as though the big guy got some money.
Because they want to be talking about the president's appointments. They don't want to be talking about this kind of thing. So is this another example of Joe Biden not playing ball with the Democrats? During the campaign, he seemed to be kind of going off on his own, and people said, you know what? It's maybe because they took him out. He wasn't happy with Nancy Pelosi. He wasn't happy with Kamala and the other Democrats. So was this Joe Biden going rogue? Do you think he talked to Democrats about this? Or Brett, is this a surprise to people like Nancy Pelosi?
No.
I think it's pretty. It was pretty known that it was going to happen. I think not that he had any advance, briefing of the Democrats before this comes out, but I think that there was a sense that President Biden was going to do this, and it'll be interesting to see the TikTok of who he told this was going to happen. Listen, this is a Sunday night, again, at the end of a holiday weekend, and this comes out ahead of probably a busy news week as we get ready to full court press towards January.
Right, what do you think the next White House press secretary briefing is going to look like? I would assume that Karine Jean-Pierre has some explaining to do.
Literally.
Yeah,
the Biden administration with the withdrawal out of Afghanistan, total debacle. This push for a war in Ukraine. Spending billions of dollars that we don't have. The Biden administration has lied to the American public almost every single day of his administration. Almost. I think the only day that he didn't was when he pardoned the Thanksgiving turkey.
There'll be some tough questions, and there'll be a lot of quoting back to what they've asked her before. And she'll have to say this was the president's decision. And I bet we will go back to that briefing book many times about how to read that the right way.
I assume as much.
It is kind of interesting though, that, talking about what you're saying, Tom, where it is off script for them. They want to be talking about how outrageous these nominees are, and what does Joe Biden do? But he steps in and he says, oh yeah, not only am I going to change the subject away from how outrageous some of these nominees are, but I agree with Donald Trump that the DOJ has been weaponized.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And by the way, I've been bombarded, Charlie, since our conversation with all of these experts about President Clinton issuing this pardon for his half-brother, Roger Clinton.
There's no comparison between Biden and the pay-to-play stuff. Bitcoin is down for the ETF. Again, on the dashboard, you can see BITO, which is the long ETF, and BITI is the short ETF for Bitcoin. The BITI is going up, so that means that Bitcoin is going down. So, again, I'm just covering that particular movement. I think that Bitcoin is going to be volatile. What is interesting is that the BITI, the shorting of Bitcoin, is correlated to the strengthening of the dollar. All right, the strengthening of the dollar is shown in the Euro USD trade, and you can see now that is trading at 1.046. When we opened the show, it was 1.49. So dollar is strengthening, and as the dollar is strengthening, oil is trading lower at 68.20. It probably is due to the manufacturing index coming up higher than expected, but I haven't seen anything besides that that could have driven the dollar stronger. So let's continue. Again, I'm on X Spaces too, so please go to X Spaces, follow me on X. The link is in the description of this video, and you can do a call in if you want to chime in and tell me how you think, Hunter Biden, should spend the rest of his life.
Served a year in prison for pleading guilty to cocaine distribution charges. So thank God you went back to this. That's fact.
Yeah, I have too. I just didn't want
was blowing up.
I didn't want to give any of them the satisfaction of realizing that they actually did remind me.
Although, you know what's so fitting? Joe Biden leaving office with another massive whopper. Right? Like, it's just so fitting for Joe Biden, someone who's told every lie under the sun throughout his entire political career, going out with this massive lie, having previously said, I'm not going to pardon Hunter Biden.
The whole family,
that is exactly
and he's on the
what
take.
doing.
It's ridiculous.
I don't think anybody, go ahead, Brett.
The
What were you saying?
Clinton pardon was one of 140 that Clinton issued on his last day in office, and the only presidential family pardon up until this point today for Hunter Biden. So if it's 140, we could have a lot of pardons yet to come.
Well, it's a missed opportunity because you could issue 140 if you were Joe Biden, and we wouldn't be talking about 139 of them. Now we're going to be scrutinizing all of his pardons going forward. My take would be do it on the way out the door. Hunter Biden's going to be the only news, and then anybody else is going to go under the radar. Am I right?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. But Brett, what you mentioned earlier is that, this incoming administration has a lot of work that they want to get done, and they're not going to really bother with Biden and his dealings and getting answers from President Biden, which is an interesting point considering when the Biden administration took over, they basically spent the last 4 years hammering Trump, trying to bring him up on criminal charges, invading his home and Mar-a-Lago. I mean, they did not give up. They did not let up. You're saying the Republicans are going to take the higher road and they're going to actually focus on getting things done.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of the Trump agenda that they want to push forward, and there's a lot of moving parts to try to do that. I mean, first and foremost is getting all the people he wants into their positions. I'm not saying that there's not going to be any retrospective look back, especially when it comes to the FBI and the DOJ in particular, and maybe looking into who knew what when about how all of that went down. But as far as relitigating Hunter Biden and the ties to President Biden, I'm not sure they're going to spend that much time going down that road.
Do you think this influences the Senate confirmation hearings whatsoever when it comes to Kash Patel? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's
That's a great question.
I think it strengthens.
I think in recent days there have been more supporters of Kash Patel who have come out, and our own Trey Gowdy has spoken highly of Kash Patel, and others have come out and said that they think he can be a change agent. So I would expect the thing to turn on some of the media stories that you've seen of the people that are supporting him. So does this affect that? I don't know. It does take some of the oxygen for a couple of days where this will be the focus.
But see, can't put me down. I don't know if I want to take...
Last chance to save up to 40% off site-wide. Shop the Cyber Week sale at monos.com on until December 5th.
But see, can't put me down. I don't know if I want to take the higher road on this because, because this all speaks to the weaponization of government, which gets to why Kash Patel was nominated in the first place for the FBI with the Department of Justice with accusations that Merrick Garland inserted himself in the process to protect Hunter Biden, right?
That is so true. There was election interference by the departments, especially the DOJ and the FBI and the mainstream media, because they were slow walking this story and slow walking the investigation. Because what it was is by eating up the clock, it prevented them from prosecuting for certain things that Hunter Biden did, and also investigation on the big guy getting some money. The big guy.
Application of the law, which we have seen consistently throughout the Biden administration, and all of this, the weaponization directed at Donald Trump, while Hunter Biden continues to, one, get a pardon, to get a sweetheart deal, to not have not have the Burisma money being held against him and being part of those tax charges as well. So I don't know if I want to take the higher road, Charlie.
Yeah, I would not be surprised, but I also think that Donald Trump has, his view of this election is that it's a starting point, and he has big things that he wants to get done. And I think that in as much as he can use all of this as a cudgel to crack open DOJ and the FBI and get things done there, I think he will I think a lot of his supporters in Congress will go after that.
So you have,
But I think
my interpretation of what he's saying here is basically, you get these nominations being drilled by the Senate for Senate confirmation. Kash is up there, and they're going to say, you're going to be, going after Trump's political opponents, as, the FBI director and blah, blah, blah. And, Kash could basically say, look at what the previous directors did. They went after their political opponents, and we need to clean house. We need to fix the system. We need to restructure it so it never happens again. So this plays right into Trump's hand, right? This pardoning of the pardoning of Hunter Biden by his father. Well, that's just sweeping under the rug. You don't have to be accountable for wrongdoings. You don't have to be accountable. And because of the slow walking of the investigation by the FBI and the spin that it's some sort of Russian collusion, everything out of their fucking mouth is Russian collusion, Russian disinformation, everything on CNN, everything on FBI. So investigating the people that were in charge of these agencies is really important. And I think that what we just saw happen will play into the nomination calculus for Kash Patel. It will help him. It won't hurt him, because he just can keep on going. There's obviously a problem at the FBI and the DOJ. There's obviously a problem. They're going after their political opponents. So what's wrong with investigating these people so it never happens again? Put guardrails on these agencies. They ballooned out too large. Like I said in our previous video, these agencies want to circumvent the power of the executive branch.
Really big other fish to fry that are more policy oriented, and they're going to be off to the races on that stuff.
But you could do both, and then also, but also one of those big policy initiatives is reforming, taking a look at the Department of Justice, reforming the FBI. And so I do think that this goes hand in hand with those goals that you just laid out, the big ambitions of Donald Trump for this next administration as well.
Should we let Brett get back to his cold turkey sandwiches?
Brett, do you want to keep hanging out?
I'm just going to run, but I'll leave you with this.
Yeah,
this
please
is
do.
really sweeping, and it is sweeping. So it's not only for the guns and the gun and taxes convictions, but it also really amounts to any crime he might have committed in the last decade. So if you do have a Congress that looks back or was going down a different road.
The reason why he said that was because there's stuff that the government hasn't looked into that of nefarious activity where the big guys get money. This thing is the Hunter Biden and Joe Biden is corrupt. The Biden family is corrupt.
pretty broad and sweeping, and we're going to hear a lot about it from Capitol Hill starting tomorrow.
Brett Baer, thank you so much for joining us on a Sunday. Get back to your life, and I know what the lead will be on your show tomorrow. I would imagine you'll be talking about this just a bit on the special report.
All right, so we'll go to Bloomberg soon here, find out about some of the economic news. Equities is still trading at 6,047. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work and your health. A great way to help support my work is get the structural nano silver soaps. Very high quality. I have them in 4 different varieties. I have it in lemongrass, peppermint, charcoal tea tree, and oatmeal spice. So go to my store, get a couple bars for your household. Very high quality soaps made from structural nano silver. In addition, because of the cold season that we're in the United States, and I think that cases are going to increase in December and January, be prepared. Get a couple bags of the structural nano silver drops that I got. I have blueberry in stock, 100 count. There's 100 drops in each bag. Cherry, and also honey and lemon. So get a couple bags for your household. Be prepared. The moment you have that irritation, take a couple of these drops. What will happen is you're neutralizing the irritant and you're maintaining that mucosal barrier and reducing that inflammation. When you do that, you're mitigating further problems, all right? That's really important. Be prepared. The whole key is to be prepared. Get a couple bags for your household, put it in your medicine cabinet, and when you need them, you have them. The whole idea is the moment you have that irritation from work or from school or from your, from family members or whatever, you can neutralize it. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get a couple bags of the structural nano silver drops. All right, let's take a look at what Bloomberg has to say about the economic data.
How about if you're a value investor? What do you do here? How does this new world that we're kind of entering, how does that?
I've been making the standard deviation argument for a while, which is that performance and valuations have reached extreme levels. That is true. But if you look at this year, utilities have outperformed technology, right? Financials have outperformed, industrials have outperformed. And if you look at the trade since Trump, value's done very well. I mean, the Mag 7's done fine, but mid caps, for instance, which are more value laden, have outperformed small caps, which obviously have a lot more financials, since June 30th are up twice as much. So I think, I hate to say, we're overdue because we've been overdue for a while, but I do think the value trade has some substance to it. And if what we're trying to do is drill another 3 million barrels of oil per day, which is a ton, because we're drilling, 13 and change, that's going to benefit materials companies, that's going to benefit industrials companies, and a lot of the Inflation Reduction Act infrastructure spending hasn't even come out yet. So I think industrials end up being kind of the darling. In Trump 1.0, energy actually was negative, even though the S&P 500 was up 70% over that period of time. So, I'm not sure all value sectors benefit, but I would say industrials look good, financials can continue to look good, especially with less regulatory pressures, and materials should look good. So, and utilities, the earnings there are pretty substantial, and there's some obvious link with what's going on in AI. So it may be that value's overdue and that 2025 will be the year of value. We'll see.
We'll see, exactly. I was going to say, who doesn't like 3 million barrels of oil a day, extra oil? Oil companies.
That's right. Which is why the industrials and the materials seem more attractive.
What do you do then with tech? You said, earnings outlook for technology is definitely going to be lower next year, right? But it's not nothing.
Right.
It's going to be double digits, probably in the mid-teens. How do you invest in big tech currently?
Well, it's kind of curious, if you look at the stocks, like half
the semi-index.
Yeah, half the stocks in there are negative this year, and I think the index itself is up about 13%. So it had a great 2023. It did not really have a great 2024. But if corporate taxes are $450 billion, and Trump's going to cut them by another 33%, that's going to create a lot of ammunition for CapEx. So I don't think the tech trade is over. It's just more fun when other people participate as well. So I think everything.
So you don't have to sell tech.
No, I don't think you sell tech. But I do think you start moving towards more mid-cap, small-cap exposures. In fact, since Trump, I think, was elected, the number one performing factor was small cap growth. So mid cap tech, small cap tech, a lot of capex. I see all of that as bullish.
Bond market, 2-year treasury, 4.2%, or do I take some credit risk here?
Here's the thing. So during Trump 1.0, nominal GDP was 4.8%. Real GDP grew 2.8%. Inflation was 2.1. So we're sitting on the 10-year, which is where the equity market really prices, at 422 or something, call it, whatever it says. That means that we're priced appropriately from a PE perspective for the stock market. So I think things have got it right. What'll be curious is when the Fed comes out on the 18th, they'll release their summary of economic projections, and we'll see where they think the neutral is. Obviously the number of rate cuts has come off the table to about 2.5 over the next 12 months. And so
if the Federal Reserve decides to do rate cuts, it's going to hurt the bond market, right? In terms of the rate you would be getting as a coupon payment. But either way, the Fed raises rates or cuts rates, the equity market's going to be going up. Now the question is if it goes up too fast, then there's going to be some serious correction, 10%, 15% correction sometime maybe in 2025. But right now, it's very bullish equities, very, very bullish equities. So, and it's easy to do. You look at the S&P 500 or the Russell 2000 or some of these large indices. You don't need to get fancy and pick stocks, all right? Unless you know a lot about that particular stock. I don't like individual stock investing. Why? Because it has a lot of idiosyncratic risk. It's better to just kind of invest and have a steady increase over time than to have all this volatility that's going on with certain stocks. Now, yeah, you can make a lot of money in certain stocks if you get in with the right stock at the right time. NVIDIA, if you're not in NVIDIA now, you probably missed the boat. Yeah, they're going to make money, but will they have the appreciation in the stock price as much as that they have had in the last year? No, they won't. So getting into NVIDIA now may not be a smart idea. So, it's just better to look at it from a macro perspective instead of these micro trends in a particular industry or a particular company. I don't like individual stock picking, but the S&P 500 is going to be going up a lot, I think, in 2025. But it depends on the speed of the increase. If that speed of increase is too high, then it increases the chances of some sort of correction in that year in 2025. But we'll see. We'll see how it emerges. But again, it's trading at 6,045 for the S&P 500. Well, we're not that far away from 6,100, right? We have less than 30 days left, right? To get there. So we'll see.
This morning. Next up, we're going to talk about Super Micro and the positive news there. That's not.
All right, so I'm going to go back to Fox News, and this is Maria Bartiromo, and she has some choice words to say about Biden.
I said I'd abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and will not pardon.
Does the president have any intention of pardoning him?
We've been asked that question multiple times. Our answer stands, which is no.
Yeah, well, President Biden releasing this statement, quote, "From the day I took office, I said I would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision-making, and I kept my word, even as I have watched my son being selectively and unfairly prosecuted. Here's the truth. I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics."
It is rich for him to be on the take, 10% for the big guy, his son to dishonorably serve his country and sell the country down the river for $1. And then have a statement on December 1st saying there was a miscarriage of justice and that, there was just, it was unfair. Look at what's going on with supporters of Trump and how the FBI and the DOJ went after them, or the family members, or cabinet officials, advisors, how they were lawfared by the DOJ, the Trump family, Trump himself. The miscarriage of justice was not investigating and prosecuting Hunter Biden. The miscarriage of justice with this whole situation was that we had a deep state that was interfering with the electoral process. And, trying to use a lawfare to demonize a candidate to try to prevent him from running. And it was, all you had to do was just watch in this slow-moving train crash, and you could see for sure that we had a DOJ that was weaponized against Trump supporters, Trump's family, and and President Trump. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But it was Hunter Biden and his father, Joe Biden, want to spin it in such a way where the DOJ was weaponized against them. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. They were the ones that slow walked it so the father could get into the White House. It's freaking, I'll tell you, the Biden family is one of the most corrupt political families out there. And they weren't even that good at it. You would think that they would, make a little bit more money by, being so corrupt.
Has infected this process, and it led to a miscarriage of justice. Hunter also releasing a statement saying, "I have admitted and taken responsibility for my mistakes during the darkest days of my addiction. Mistakes that have been exploited to publicly humiliate and shame me and my family for political support. I will never take the clemency I have been given today for granted and will..."
Does he say anything about dishonorably serving his country? Does he say anything about how he sold his country down the river for $1? He's only worried about how he was demonized in the media because of the laptop from hell. You know what? The laptop from hell is small potatoes. What's big potatoes? Is selling your country down the river, not serving your country honorably. That is way more important.
Vote the life I have rebuilt to helping those who are still sick and suffering. President-elect Trump reacting on Truth Social, writing this: "Does the pardon given by Joe to Hunter include the January 6th hostages who have now been imprisoned for years, such as an abuse and miscarriage of justice?" Good comment from President Trump there. Liz Peek, your reaction.
Well, first of all, I don't think anyone in America is surprised that Joe Biden went back on his word to pardon Hunter Biden.
Of course not. Of course not. The whole family, lies and is corrupt. But the thing is that for many years, from 2016 to now, there has been entrapment that's been going on by the FBI and the DOJ against Trump supporters, or demonizing them because they go to some sort of school meeting, city council meeting, saying, "Why are you teaching the children this stuff?" Or having drag queens, having dance parties, in third grade. Why? And then they're demonized by the Justice Department, saying that they're right-wing, supremacists. I just it's crazy. It's crazy how who the hell is running the DOJ? Who the hell is running the FBI? You know, how could they be so compromised? Are they on the Epstein list? Maybe, who knows?
But honestly, he did it in a way that I think really undermines the case that the Department of Justice is not political. I mean, he's saying, look, Hunter Biden was singled out, prosecuted for political reasons. We know, in fact, the opposite is true, Maria. They bent over backwards, the FBI and the DOJ, to let Hunter Biden get basically off scot-free from various things that he has done wrong, and obviously a jury felt the same way. But I think Biden has inadvertently opened the door to Trump's argument that he has been prosecuted unfairly and that the DOJ indeed has been weaponized. That's his case. An awful lot of Americans think it's true. And we'll be talking about Kash Patel in a moment. But listen, that's the entire story about the DOJ and the FBI.
Yeah, and that's absolutely right. Totally agree. But what really gets me on this pardon is that this exonerates Hunter from everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Not just the federal gun charges, not just the drug charges, everything from 2014 to today, a 10-year period. Even crimes he has yet to be charged with. Yeah. And we all know how we have reported so extensively on what the Oversight Committee has said Hunter and Joe have done, and that is money laundering and influence peddling. So that's gone. I mean, this pardon does not apply to Joe Biden, but Cheryl, you know that this basically wipes away everything from Joe as well.
And that was the initial question mark, was did Joe Biden do this for his son, or did Joe Biden do this for himself? And to be clear, even Democrats are criticizing President Biden's move on this. Not that pardons don't happen. You know, Bill Clinton, pardoned his brother Roger. Joe Ford pardoned Richard Nixon. But even Jared Polis on X wrote this. He said, as a father, I certainly understand Joe Biden's desire to help his son. I'm disappointed he put his family ahead of the country. Greg Stanton, a Democrat from Arizona. I respect Biden. He got this one wrong. He said this wasn't a politically motivated prosecution. Hunter committed felonies, and he was convicted by a jury of his peers. So, look, I mean, those charges, any average American that would have committed the gun charges, the tax charges, which were actually more serious than the gun charges because of the lying on the forms, any other American, Maria, would have been prosecuted even worse. Hunter still got that sweetheart deal in the beginning that was reversed. He finally goes in front of a jury, convicted, and Joe Biden says, nope, not happening.
Well, I think Liz makes the right point, because this puts an underlining under what Trump has been saying for so long, that this government is so weaponized. I mean, for God's sakes, Donald Trump was indicted 89 times. This is so much BS, it's unbelievable. This is all politically motivated. Trump officially nominated Kash Patel for the director of FBI to replace Director Christopher Wray. And this is important because he has said for so many years he wants to clean up this weaponization. Now, I spoke with Kash Patel just last week on Sunday Morning Futures and asked him what it is going to take to make people trust these government agencies again. Can they be restored after all this weaponization that Biden and company put in place? Watch this.
Exposure of corruption. Put out the documents, put out the evidence. We only have gotten halfway down the Russiagate hole. The people need to know that their FBI is restored by knowing full well what they did to unlawfully surveil them. The people need to know that there's been a de-weaponization, a defanging of the Department of Justice, and their houses of worship will no longer be raided. But they need to be shown the documents that said this was the reasoning they weaponized justice. And that, in my opinion, is how Congress can most importantly secure the trust, or resecure the trust, of these agencies and departments.
So we'll see, John Lonsky. I mean, those.
I personally think that this is an appendage, a tributary off of the Patriot Act. All right, and ones that haven't been paying attention, I've been saying that it morphed into something called the Bio-Patriot Act. Right, so the Patriot Act happened right after 9/11, right? And there was an erosion of constitutional freedoms and gave more power to these agencies to fight terrorism, right? The problem is that, how do you define terrorists? And should it be in the domestic arena or should it be in the international arena? And these powers that were given to these agencies could go after people wrongfully in the domestic realm because of these new powers from the Patriot Act. Well, the Bio-Patriot Act is a supercharged version of the Patriot Act, right? It wasn't called the Bio-Patriot Act. It was powers that were given during the emergency of the crisis in 2020. But it wasn't just about the crisis. The crisis was the catalyst that allowed for additional powers to be given to HHS, FBI, DOJ, all these things, to be able to curtail the society during an emergency. Some of these things are already written in the procedures for, let's say, nuclear detonation, all right, nuclear war, tactical or, intercontinental, all right? So there's this already baked in the cake, this an erosion of constitutional freedoms during emergency powers, all right? Or martial law is another term that people have. Well, these powers, additional powers were given. Now, some of the issues with the Bio-Patriot Act is the government saying what they can do with your body. In terms of, healthcare and all that. The digitizing the dollar, turning it into a digital currency, and the reason for that is to track payments and track citizens, and if you are a citizen that's not obeying, then they'll cut you off. It was beta tested in Canada. When the truckers were protesting, what did Freelander do? She cut the banks. She cut off the banks of the truckers. So, a means of control of the society. If you go digital currency, 100%, and you stop those transactions from happening, how does someone get along in the society? There's some rumors of prominent people being debanked by Bank of America or Chase because of the bank doesn't want to be associated with these influencers. That's wrong. That's wrong. But it's being weaponized, and that's part of the Bio-Patriot Act. All right. Another is surveillance technologies at the municipality levels, such as using artificial intelligence and cameras to track the society. It's being built out in New York. Who has it, on steroids is England, in London, right? But it's being built out. And and these things have been tested not just in London, but also in China, all right? And Israel also does development of these types of technologies. I'm against that. That's 1984. We shouldn't have Big Brother looking at us or little sister, all right? No little sister, no Big Brother, right? But part of the Bio-Patriot Act is providing money for surveillance of the society using artificial intelligence and video, video surveillance. And so when someone, because of the facial recognition, you're walking down the street, they already know what you're doing. And there's so many cameras, they can triangulate all your movements. And then how you spend your money, metadata, meta-tagged with the blockchain on digital currency. That's where it's going next. Then the next thing is social scoring. Get the society to start playing around. What's your social score? People are worried about their credit score. Well, now they're going to start worrying about their social score. And if you say certain things, then your social score will go down. And so when you go and try to get a job, if your social score is below a certain level, you can't get a job. Some financial jobs, you can't get employed if you have a low credit score. So, certain positions high up in an organization. So they've already implemented something similar. It doesn't take much more effort to try to implement social scoring. I think it's wrong. There should be laws against it, but this is part of the Bio-Patriot Act. Again, the whole concept is after the crisis of 2020, during the crisis of 2020 and after, additional powers are given to the agencies to be able to demonize certain people, to go after certain people if they are not behaving appropriately. Now, the definition of behaving appropriately is based on some sort of group of people saying what that appropriate behavior should be, independent of your constitutional freedoms. So what the Bio-Patriot Act is doing is eroding the constitutional freedoms that is enshrined in that document in the United States, the Constitution, all right? We have civil liberties. Well, Bio-Patriot Act is trying to erode that. The Patriot Act did erode it, all right? But now you have Trump coming in, all right, through the Bio-Patriot Act, right? Additional powers were given to these agencies. They wanted to circumvent the power of the chief of the executive branch, which is the president, and so the agencies have sort of autonomy or decentralization. And so people are on the take, people, get compromised and they make deals, so when they leave a certain agency, they have a golden parachute in the private sector. This happens a lot with the Defense Department and with Big Pharma. And so you have this runaway effect with these agencies and these departments where they can go rogue. And so you have a document that's written by an official, let's say by the FBI, that goes, we need to go after, women that care about educating their kids in the public school, and they go to the council, the meeting councils, the council meetings, and they stand up and they say they don't want these types of certain things being taught to their kids in these public schools, and they want to investigate because they are right-wingers. They're going against the Department of Education. They're voicing their opinion. While the agency wants to dumb down the kids, the agency wants to capture the kids. The Department of Education wants to mold the kids away from God, country, and family, and more as a product of ownership of the state. Not of the family, not of the parents, but a product of the state. That's what socialism is pushing. That's what a big part of the Democratic Party is pushing. So with this Bio-Patriot Act, all right, certain elements have been implemented to erode your constitutional freedoms, where we're moving more and more towards this 1984. And the state makes the decision and erodes your constitutional freedoms. And they can do it very easily by just putting you as some sort of domestic terrorist, domestic enemy. That's the problem. So when Kash said, let's take a look at the documents, that's what he's talking about. When Kash said, let's take a look at the documents that launch the investigations, that launch this kind of behavior by these agencies, you'll see in these documents that it's trying to demonize a certain group, and just by saying it, by saying they are a danger, they are a domestic enemy, it gives that agency all the power for investigation, even though there's no proof of it. They just can say it. Same problem with HHS. All they have to do is say, we think, not can't prove it, we think that you're contagious. They can take away a lot of your civil liberties. If you don't believe me, you need to start investigating what exactly the power of the HHS has. That's all they have to do is just say, not that they have to prove it, all they have to do is say, this area we think is contagious. And civil liberties should be shut down. Now, if nothing happened, then people would sue, and then a court would come in and force HHS to stop their activity. But they've already HHS already caused the damage. That's the point. Yeah, you have some sort of recourse in court, only after HHS has caused the damage. Do you have recourse in court with the damage that the FBI and the DOJ does on slapping a group of people as domestic enemies? Yeah, but only after they've caused the damage. This is what I mean by the Bio-Patriot Act. And the reason why it's Bio-Patriot Act is it's taking the Patriot Act and taking the event of 2020 and supercharging it and giving more power to government and agencies. And everything's playing out, like I said. I mentioned this Bio-Patriot Act back in 2020. It's happening. It's happening. Now, Kash wants to understand what's in the documents. What launched these types of investigations, either at political opponents or at certain types of voters or certain types of demographics, like Republican mothers that have children in public school, these kinds of things. And we got to investigate them because maybe they're domestic terrorists, maybe they're domestic enemies. Way too much power at the FBI, way too fucking much power at the DOJ. Needs to be truncated. And this is part of the solution against the Bio-Patriot Act. You have to truncate these agencies and hold these people accountable. That if you're eroding the constitutional freedoms of an individual or a group of people, that agency and the ones that orchestrated that policy at these agencies need to be held accountable. So I have on X Spaces a call-in feature, so if you want to call in, just raise your hand and I'll take your call. It's live. Again, we're live on the big channel, we're live on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're live on the smaller channel with the dashboard. So please help support my work by participating in this live stream, but also getting the products that I have. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. NAD+ helps to boost up your energy levels. NAD+ helps to repair your DNA damage, and NAD+ helps to protect your neurons, your neural health. Very important, especially when you get older. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take NAD+ every day to protect your neurons, boost up your energy levels, and repair your DNA. Ubiquinol is the most bioactive CoQ10 that you can take. This is a very high quality supplement. I've been taking Ubiquinol for a long time. What it does is it's an antioxidant, so it's soaking up free radicals. It's synergistic with C60. Ubiquinol also helps your mitochondrial health, so your energy, with that, your energy levels are going up, and it helps with neural health. It's synergistic with C60 and NAD+, because of the neural protection, the neural health protection. And lastly, zeolite, a great way to detoxify your body from chemtrails, from heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals in your food and your water, all right? How this works is it's a negatively charged molecule. You just put a couple drops underneath your tongue, drink it with filtered water, soak up those free radicals, or soak up those toxins, heavy metals and chemicals, and it'll allow you to urinate the toxin out about 6 to 8 hours, all right? You can take it year-round. Just take a couple drops underneath your tongue, just small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that once a day, do it all year. There's other people that decide, I just want to do a detox once or twice a year. That's fine too. What you want to do is just take maybe 4 drops or 5 drops underneath your tongue, just small drops. Drink the filtered water, do that daily until you're done with the bottle, and do that once or twice a year, all right? It is better to do a maintenance year-round, but go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the zeolite, soak up those heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. It's really important that if you want to detoxify your body, you should be drinking filtered water and eat better quality foods. Stay away from the processed foods. They have the chemicals in it that you don't want. So you can improve by detoxifying your body. You can improve your immune system, you can improve your endocrine system, your exocrine system, your memory, your metabolism gets better. Lots of good things can happen when you detoxify your body. So please go to my store and get the Zeolite. Very high quality way to detoxify your body. All right, let's continue on with Bartram Romo.
Are still running around. No accountability there. We'll see if Kash Patel comes in, gets confirmed, and can clean this up.
You know what's even worse is the fact that you have the FBI going ahead, running around and chasing people that disagreed with a woke agenda as it applied to education. Also the pro-life crowd. He was speaking about church members being followed by the FBI. That's ridiculous. So this politicalization of the FBI has to end immediately. We got to get politics out of justice. Otherwise, we're not going to have justice anymore.
Yeah, well, we'll see if this is a trigger for that now that everyone is obviously exposed and we're watching what Joe just did for Hunter.
Well, we got an out of control government coupled with the Bio-Patriot Act. Big problem. All right, this is CNN. So I've been playing the Fox perspective. Let's take a look at the CNN perspective now on this Hunter Biden issue. Again, join X's to do a call-in if you want.
Control and domination, that's the goal of all power systems. They can be resisted, and should be.
Joining us right now for more on this is CNN senior legal analyst, former state and federal prosecutor, Ellie Honig. Ellie, another former pardon attorney called this an extraordinarily broad grant. Why is this so broad, more so than a typical presidential pardon? What do you think of it?
Because there's corruption.
Okay, this is as broad as a pardon can possibly be. Ordinarily, a pardon will specify a certain case, and that happened here. It says, I hereby pardon Hunter Biden on the gun case in Delaware and on the tax case in California. But what's different about this one is it also says this is a full and unconditional pardon for all conduct going back to January 1 of 2014, which means Hunter Biden cannot be federally prosecuted for anything going back to 2014 and really before then, because before then is going to be precluded by the statute of limitations. And as you said before, the only historical precedent, the best historical precedent for this is the pardon of Richard Nixon by Gerald Ford, which has similar language that says full and unconditional pardon. So Joe Biden has pushed to the absolute outer limits of the breadth of the pardon power here.
And as you've heard, in the political sense, there's been a lot of reaction to this quickly, and there will be more today. But looking at it kind of in the, keeping it in the legal sense, past presidents generally have cited how pardon recipients have accepted responsibility for their actions as a reason to grant them a pardon. Biden is not here. He called it a miscarriage of justice that Hunter Biden was unfairly singled out, which is something that we have heard Donald Trump lean into before in targeting the Justice Department and the so-called deep state. Does Biden, in this move here, give...
So-called deep state. Honey, she is not paying attention to what happened right after 9/11 with the Patriot Act. She is not paying attention to what happened in 2020 with the Bio-Patriot Act. She is not paying attention with the weaponization of the government against its people because certain people want to exercise their constitutional freedoms. I mean, can't a reporter on CNN be honest? Can't they? I mean, really? I mean, the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, CNN, Central News Network.
Trump new cover for whatever pardon action he decides to take in the future.
To be sure, Kate, we're already seeing that. The first reaction from Donald Trump and his team essentially is, what an injustice. Now we get to do the same thing, which is sort of an interesting twist of logic there. But without question, I mean, look, there has long been a fair debate, fair on both sides, about whether Hunter Biden is being treated overly leniently or overly zealously because of his status as Joe Biden's son. I think there are points to both sides of that. But what I think is not disputable is that this is a historic act of political nepotism. This is the granting of a pardon by the president to his son. Joe Biden even says, if you really parse his statement, he acknowledges that a substantial part of this is because Hunter Biden is his son. And that will land Joe Biden on a historic list that he probably doesn't want to be a part of, along with Bill Clinton, who pardoned his half-brother Roger Clinton, along with Donald Trump, who pardoned Charles Kushner, who is the father of his own son-in-law, Jared Kushner. So I'm sure Joe Biden understands the historic implications of what he's done, and now he's earned his way onto that list.
I want to read you something that the Democratic governor of Colorado, DrPaulCottrell, posted about this. He's not okay with the move. He wrote in part, "I'm disappointed that he put his family ahead of the country. This is a bad precedent that could be abused by later presidents and will sadly tarnish his reputation."
The Bidens have always chose financial expedience and family over country. Always. Because they are.
Pardon, does this damage the justice system?
You're a marketing leader. You have a vision, but do you have visibility? With Smartsheet, you do.
Too many commercials.
So my wife got me this weird new kitchen knife as a Christmas gift. God, I love her. At first glance, one of them looked like a Viking sword. I was blown away by its perfect balance and feel. And when...
Well, I totally agree with the governor that this pardon will tarnish Joe Biden's legacy. I mean, Joe Biden, let's be clear here, he lied to us for a long time. He said categorically, I will not pardon my son. He said, I will take it off the table, and he couched it in very high-minded terminology. I respect the Justice Department. I respect the jury's verdict. Well, now he's gone back on that. I don't know how many people actually believed him. I certainly didn't. There's tape of me saying there's no way he's going to make good on this. He's absolutely going to pardon Hunter Biden. But as to whether this tarnishes the justice system, I don't think I would go that far. I think this, like I said, will go down on the list of ignominious presidential pardons, but I don't think law students 50 or 100 years from now are going to look back at this as a horrific miscarriage of justice that undermines the foundation of our justice system. There is a reasonable argument that in some respects Hunter Biden was treated.
The miscarriage of justice is the demonization of its citizens through the Patriot Act, where the new powers that were given to the agencies go after enemies of the state. That's the miscarriage of justice.
Unfairly, and I think that will give Joe Biden some degree of cover here.
All right, joining us now is Democratic Congressman Glenn Ivey of Maryland. He currently sits on the House Judiciary and Ethics Committees. Congressman, I'm so grateful to have you on the program this morning. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So I do want to start with what we learned overnight with President Joe Biden, who decided to pardon his son Hunter, not just for the crimes that he was convicted of and pled guilty to, but for a sweeping 10-year period of time. Did President Biden make the right decision?
Because the sweeping 10 years was pay to play, where they were selling their country down the road. And how can a journalist be not honest about that? I mean, come on.
Frankly, I think that, there is concern that the president legitimately had that the Trump administration and, all this, the retribution tour stuff with respect to the Department of Justice and how he plans to use it against his enemies. I think there's a legitimate concern about what that could lead to. And I think that's part of why the president put in a 10-year stretch for the the pardon term, because that should protect him against anything really up to statute of limitations, basically, for most offenses. On the other hand, though, I got to say that even though I don't think Hunter Biden would have been prosecuted under most circumstances, a pardon at this point will be used against, I think, Democrats when we're pushing to defend the Department of Justice against politicizing it, which is certainly what President Trump plans to do, President-elect Trump. And, you know, the Patel nomination, I think many of the other nominations, it's like he's going to try and use it in a way to go against and inflict retribution on people. And I think this sort of gives him ground to argue that, you know, both sides are doing the same thing. So I know that there was a real strong sentiment and you know, wanting to protect Hunter Biden from unfair prosecution. But this is going to be used against us when we're fighting the misuses that are coming from the Trump administration.
Very interesting. Sir, you know, for viewers who don't know, you yourself...
Democrat on the ethics committee. And he didn't say anything about really going after the root cause of the weaponization of these agencies. He wants to sweep it under the rug. Now, it's harder to sweep it under the rug when you have Biden doing what he's doing. Lovely, lovely. Ethics committee. It should be called the unethical committee.
I've worked at the highest levels of our law enforcement and legal communities and worlds, including in high-profile political scandals, Whitewater, for example. Do you think that Republicans have any ground to stand on in terms of the arguments that they're making about the Department of Justice? Is there validity to the feelings that they may have about how the department conducted itself in the first Trump administration and since?
No, I think most of that stuff is really overblown and intentionally so. I mean, it's Trump. The one thing about Trump is it's not new when, you know, politicians are under investigation by the Department of Justice that they say it's political, a witch hunt. Those are phrases that have been used for decades by people in the crosshairs. Say like Senator Menendez, for example, who was recently convicted for misconduct in office.
What about the demonization by the Department of Justice and the FBI going after Republican women that cared about the way their kids are being taught in public school? See? Not focusing on the real problem. Not focusing on how the administrative state, given the powers during the Patriot Act and the Bio-Patriot Act, where they're circumventing the constitutional freedoms of the citizens of the United States because they are classified within that department as a domestic enemy. That's the problem. They shouldn't have the power to do that. The agencies should not have the power to do that. And by the time it gets investigated, the damage is already done. Oh, we're sorry. We're sorry.
Here is that twofold. One is a lot of people started believing Trump, and, you know, his MAGA base is, you know, fully on board with the argument that the entire Department of Justice is somehow, you know, an abuse of power and is just running out of control and needs to be quote unquote reined in. And I think that's one of the big problems. The other one, though, is that he's going to be the president of the United States and will have full control over the Department of Justice. And, you know, the Patel nomination for FBI, I think, is a bad
He's on the Ethics Committee and Homeland Security Committee. Wow. Wow. Wow.
For what he might want to do with that. And his statements about it have been pretty explicit. So it's pretty concerning, I would say. And, you know, what's at risk is the overall rule of law in the United States, which has been a real bedrock for us for more than a century. And we need to fight to preserve that.
Congressman, Democrats did spend, of course, the last campaign strenuously arguing to Americans many of the points that you just laid out. Why, in your view, did Americans vote to put Republicans in charge of the White House and both houses of Congress? And what do you think your party needs to be doing differently going forward?
Well, it seems like the exit interview data that I've seen so far and, the post-mortem polling data seem to indicate that it was really driven by their views of the economy. And I think there were a couple of factors there. One was, I think we spent too much time talking about how good things were from a macroeconomic standpoint. And even though they are, frankly, and, in a lot of ways, the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. But there were a lot of individual people who just weren't feeling it in their daily lives and at their kitchen tables. And so I think they turned to the alternative, and that was Trump, unfortunately. Now, one of the things I think we could have done better there was communicate. I think a lot of times we passed landmark legislation that was helping people and will come to help people. Some of the especially the infrastructure big projects will come to bear, probably in the next year or two, so they take time to roll out. But people didn't know all the particulars, so they heard like initials, ARPA and that kind of thing. But they didn't know specifically what was going to benefit them, with one or two exceptions, like the prescription drug costs for insulin, for example. But overall, I think they didn't really know what we had done, and we didn't do a great job of telling them, and that led them to misunderstand where they stood in the economy and who was going to help them more than the other party. And I think the Democrats have done a great deal to help, but I don't think we got the message across.
All right, Congressman Glenn Ivey, very grateful to have you spend some time with us this
news
morning.
broke with Intel. Looks like the CEO has been pushed out by the board. So I don't know what the...
You guys have to use some of the foundry options within the US. TSMC or Samsung don't have that kind of capacity that Intel has within the US.
So would the pitch be to spin off the foundry business kind of thing and then keep the PC chips and the AI chips?
Yeah, I mean, look, the foundry business is an $18 billion revenue business, although most of it is Intel outsourcing their business and counting as revenue, so it's not external foundry revenue, but it's negative gross margins. So the core PC business is about a 40 to 45% gross margin. The foundry business is negative gross margin. And they're spending $25 billion a year on CapEx just to buy the machines to keep up with the advancement in nodes.
Why do I have a business that has negative gross margins?
Because it's like Intel is the vertical integrated player in chip design and manufacturing.
Okay, so it's all
so they do it all in-house. And for a while, that's why Intel's gross margins were the best, because they were doing everything in-house. But the moment they missed out on that node advancement where TSMC leapfrogged against them, that's when it all started to go wrong.
Amazing stuff. All right, Andy, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. We'll clearly be talking to you every day on this for a while. Andy,
let's go to
senior technology analyst, joining us on
Fox
Intel
News.
and reportedly.
So today, go to Fox News about Kash.
For Attorney General Pam Bondi is set to visit with senators on Capitol Hill. It comes as Trump's pick to lead the FBI, Kash Patel, is causing panic on the left and somewhat worried on the right. Bill Malusia is in West Palm Beach. Bill.
Hey, Brian, good morning to you. Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General Pam Bondi is going to be on Capitol Hill today, where she's expected to meet with some key Republican senators. Bondi has been serving as the state of Florida's Attorney General, and she was picked by Trump after Matt Gaetz withdrew his own nomination for AG. Bondi is widely respected. She's repeatedly sued the Biden administration over its open border policies, and she's also been a longtime Trump loyalist. GOP Senator Chuck Grassley announced he's going to meet with Bondi this morning in D.C. She's also expected to meet with other key Republicans today to try to pave the way for a smooth transition and confirmation process. Now, in addition to Charles Kushner, who Trump picked to be ambassador to France, another splashy pick that Trump made over the weekend was his nomination of Kash Patel for FBI director. As you can imagine, that announcement sent shockwaves through Washington. It was outrage from Democrats and praise from Trump's allies. Patel served in intelligence and defense roles under Trump during his first administration. Trump has called him a brilliant lawyer and investigator and, quote, an America First fighter who has spent his career exposing corruption. Some critics and Democrats have said Patel just doesn't have the experience for the job, but Republican Senator Bill Hagerty is firing back.
There are people that are serving in the current administration that are woefully inexperienced. I think Kash does have relevant experience, particularly when it comes to the mandate the American public has signed of turning these agencies around that have become completely corrupted. Kash has pointed it out. He's probably the best at uncovering what's happened at the FBI, and I look forward to seeing him taking it apart.
And the current director of the FBI...
When someone says that a nominee from Trump's administration isn't experienced enough, that's code for they're not inculcated into the culture of that agency to maintain the status quo. Now, we the people don't want the status quo. We the people want these agencies to be restructured where they are efficient financially and they're not going after the citizens because of, you know, belief systems or protecting constitutional rights, right? You know, if a female goes to a city board and says they don't want the wokeism in their public school, they should have the right to be able to voice their opinion, and not only voice their opinion, but to force that school system to change its ways of teaching its pupils. But the way the system is right now, with the Patriot Act, you're considered a domestic enemy and need to be investigated. Really? Really? So they won't investigate the Hunter Biden laptop in due time during the 2020 election. But they have tons of agents to be able to start sniffing around to find out if some conservative mother is doing anything wrong.
For Wray is 7 years into his current 10-year term, which ends in 2027. Wray has said he has no intention whatsoever of resigning. So if Trump wants to get Patel in the position of FBI director, he's going to have to be confirmed by the Senate, and then Trump would have to fire Chris Wray as FBI director. Brian, we'll send it back to you.
Wow, well, what a busy weekend.
It's going to be
so much.
That's going to be interesting on how he frames it to be able to fire him. Now, it may be under the umbrella of the corruption and mismanagement and blah, blah, blah. I'm sure there's wasteful spending, going after, you know, political opponents, slow walking investigations for the you know, for the benefit of the Democratic Party, so, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, the problem with the Trump during the first administration was that he trusted advisors, and those advisors told him to walk a certain path. But those advisors had a foot in the deep state, and there's the problem. Trump made some big mistakes in picking the wrong guys in the first administration.
Appreciate it. And now let's build on this. As Kash Patel vows to go after the deep state, one Democratic lawmaker doesn't even think the deep state exists.
I haven't seen what the proof is that the FBI has been weaponized against a political party or the Department of Justice. And I think that's what they mean when they talk about politicization in the deep state. I mean, the deep state, nobody's ever...
They lied to judges to get investigational authority on Trump and his cabinet or his advisors. They lied. They lied to Congress. And to say that there wasn't weaponization of political opponents, what about also we the people, the weaponization of the legal system against the people, because they didn't want wokeism. There is a weaponization of the Justice Department. No doubt about that.
Find it apparently just means anybody who doesn't.
Look at what
do the
happened
will,
with Bannon. Look at what happened with Bannon. Look at what happened with Roger Stone. Look at what happened with Peter Navarro. There was weaponization there.
Donald Trump.
Well, nobody believes that, and not even him. But our next guest disagrees. KT McFarland knows all about being targeted. She experienced it firsthand when she served as Trump's deputy national security advisor for a brief period of time. She joins us now. So your thought, KT, of what Jimmy Raskin just claimed?
There is going to be so much evidence, and Kash Patel will know how to find it all. You know, government workers are not really, they're not gutsy people, right? They'll always want a paper trail to protect themselves for what they were doing. There was a lot of intimidation and prosecution and persecution of Trump administration people. There will be files and files of that. Now, normally, when a director of intelligence, whatever the organization is, comes into office, you know, the staff says, oh, look, we can't find it, or we've got to protect this secret information because it's going to reveal sources and methods. Kash Patel, because of the experience he's had, he knows that that's just wrong. I mean, he knows that that's just an excuse for a cover-up. So he's going to uncover, and there will be a lot of evidence, and I know from firsthand experience that there will be evidence of how they came after me and Donald Trump and others in the Trump administration.
You know, he's pursued terrorists, he's been a prosecutor, he's been a defender, and since 2018 he got on Donald Trump's radar and has been very loyal and impressing him ever since. From what you know about the Senate, do you think he can pass? He can only afford to lose 3 Republicans.
You know, Donald Trump has just received an overwhelming mandate from the United States people. And if Kash Patel is not confirmed, that tells you something. It tells you that the deep state is so deep and it has so many tentacles out and controls so many political leaders that it's going to put a nomination like this, which should be on its merits, completely acceptable. This is a man with enormous experience, but because he's going to come after some bad guys who did bad things, maybe some of the senators will already be bought off. He should be confirmed, and if he is not confirmed, it's a travesty.
All right, real quick on these rebels.
When the government isn't following the will of the people, when the representatives in Congress are not following the will of the people, but it's the will of the administrative state, the will of K Street, then maybe we, the people, need to rise up. I mean, you know, we may be seeing historically the beginnings of a new revolution in the United States. Hopefully this does not happen. But this kind of revolution may be very similar to what happened in France, right? You know, you can only go so far. Now, maybe what happens is there's a new Magna Carta that takes place in the United States. Maybe, you know, there's, a new constitution. I'm against that. But the thing is that, it can't keep on going this way. You can't have representatives being compromised by the deep state not following the will of the people without some sort of ramification, some sort of violent, kinetic ramification. And I'm not talking lone wolf type stuff. I'm talking like, the will of the people rise up and say enough is enough of this.
Take over Syria. Do we want them both to lose? These rebels look like Al-Qaeda. They look like Salafist Sunnis who are the extremists threatened to take over Assad Syria, which is evil in its definition.
My old boss, Henry Kissinger, used to say about the Iran-Iraq war, this is a war you want neither side to win. You know, you have Assad on one side backed up by the Russians and backed up by Iran, and then on the other side you have myriad groups of rebels. Some groups are backed by Al-Qaeda, some are backed by Turkey. We even have a group in there. We have 900 American servicemen in the middle of this multi-party civil war. It's just another example of how messed up the Middle East is, and why should we have Americans yet again in the line of fire in a war that isn't going to work in any way to protect American vital national interests.
All right, thanks so much, KT. Appreciate it. We just know this: Russia needs that Walmart port in order to get weapons and everything else through that region. That produces a lot of havoc and mayhem. I'd love for that to be taken away. KT, thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley. Gordon Ramsay's 12-piece set is on sale for Black Friday, but is it really worth the price? Let's break it down. Pexcloud is an absolute beast
All
in
right,
the
we're
kitchen.
gonna go to CNN.
Donald Trump is.
CNN is gonna demonize Kash, so we'll find out. Please go to my store, help support my work and your health by going to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the health supplements. Lignans is a powder. You mix it with your food or with filtered water or a smoothie. It's a great supplement. It helps boost up your immune system. It also helps with your endocrine system. Please go to my store, get the lignans. It's an antioxidant and it brings down inflammation. Very important for your immune system. Take it every day. Vitamin B complex, very important for your mitochondria. The first few B vitamins help with mitochondrial health in the electron transport chain to help create ATP. In addition, it helps with cellular metabolism. And when you're older, you should be taking vitamin B complex to help protect the health of your neurons, central and peripheral neurons. And myotrol, really important for muscle gain, getting more muscle, gaining the muscle, and maintaining muscle. Myotrol also helps with boosting up the health of your mitochondria. If you're older, you start atrophying, you lose muscle, it's hard to gain muscle. Taking myotrol every day will help you with that. Gain that muscle, maintain that muscle mass. Really important. When people get older, their muscles start to atrophy, their back starts to slouch, they don't move around as much, and it's a downward spiral. You don't want that. Do a little bit of cardio training, do a little bit of resistance training, and take myotrol to help build muscle. If you're an athlete or you work out a lot, taking myotrol will help you build muscle and help with the mitochondrial health to get that ATP up. You need a lot of ATP for your muscles. So please go to my store and get this very high quality supplement to gain muscle. All right, what CNN have to say about Kash Patel?
That he wants to nominate Kash Patel to lead the FBI. Granted, the job's not open, but that's a whole other thing.
That's right. I mean, Donald Trump would first have to fire Christopher Wray, who's still serving out his 10-year term, in order to...
I'm pretty sure he's going to get fired.
Kash Patel at the helm of the FBI. But look, that is playing exactly into what I was just mentioning. I mean, Patel is someone who has called for shutting down the Bureau's Washington headquarters, for firing FBI leadership, and also for rooting out bias that they believe agents have really permeated the Bureau, I should say, over the last several years. This is something that is very important to Donald Trump. I was told when he was making this decision, he was between two candidates, Patel and Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey. And the reason he didn't like Bailey, I was told he was not impressed with his in-person interview with him, but also because he didn't believe that he had the personality traits or fit the mold that Donald Trump is looking for, which is really a legal pit bull and someone who will carry out his agenda and really reform and disrupt the agency that Donald Trump has really been gunning to do for several years now. John?
All right, Elaine Train for us in Florida, where no doubt it will be busy over the next few days. Kate?
Joining us right now on this is CNN senior law enforcement analyst, former deputy director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe. And what's your take on Kash Patel being picked to head up the FBI?
So Kate, it's a somewhat confounding pick. There's a whole conversation to be had about whether or not he's qualified for the job. I would argue he's clearly not. He doesn't have the experience and knowledge of the law enforcement community. Is a fairly undistinguished legal career. He doesn't really have a fraction of the qualifications that any former FBI director chosen by any president has. But that's really not my main concern. My main concern is what it says about Donald Trump's intention for the FBI and where Kash Patel might take the FBI if he's confirmed as director. And that all points in one direction, and that is back to the FBI's regretful history of acting as essentially the enforcement arm for the president's political activities. That's where we come from as an institution. That's who we were under our first director, J. Edgar Hoover. But it is something we've gotten away from in the last 50 years, the post-Watergate, post-Church Committee, Pike Committee investigations. And the FBI today is an independent entity that the nation relies on to enforce its criminal laws and protect it from national security threats. So I think it's a really, really concerning pick.
And some of the things that we know Kash Patel has said he would like to do with the FBI Justice Department.
Kash Patel wants to take a look at the documents to see how they demonized domestic enemies, how they demonized political enemies. And with that paper trail, it's going to be prosecuting people and shining a light on people like him.
For a comprehensive house cleaning of the Justice Department. He said he wants to dismantle or shut down FBI headquarters in Washington and have it be turned into a museum of the deep state. If he would do that, it would be clearly hugely disruptive. If it's something short of that,
disruptive to who, honey? Disruptive to the deep state. That's what the will of the people want. Is it going to be really disruptive on really the core mission of the FBI? I don't think so.
Well, it would almost certainly be something short of that. That's not kind of an absurd, podcast talking point. If he's actually serious about that, I guess it means he doesn't understand that the 7,000 people who work at headquarters, 6,000 of them are not even agents. They are scientists and computer specialists and analysts and secretaries and professional support staff.
Maybe they don't need as many analysts to look into Susie, the homemaker, wanting to have a good education for her daughter and son. Maybe they don't need as many analysts. Maybe they don't need as many computer specialists. Maybe they don't need as many managers. You know what? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of dead weight over there. 10% reduction, 25% reduction of staff, I think is a good thing. Reduce their budget.
Who clearly wouldn't be sent out around the country to work as cops as he's threatened. But it would be a significant disruption to pursue any portion of that. And that again gets back to my concerns about him. We haven't heard anything from Kash Patel about what his plans would be. What's his vision for the FBI? What does he think? In what ways does he think he could make the FBI more effective or efficient?
And Andy, I think that's important because your decades of working at the FBI, he would face confirmation. What question would you have for him, given the breadth of your knowledge and experience?
The breadth of his knowledge and experience being a deep stater, he wants to play senator now. Let's see, Senator, what would you have to say to Kash?
Oh, many, Kate.
Marshall.
Save up to 40% off luggage, bags, and accessories at the Black Friday sale. On until December.
Oh, many, Kate, right? You shouldn't even think about accepting a nomination like this unless you're someone who has spent a lot of time thinking about understanding the FBI, knowing its people and how it works, and having a clear, articulable vision about where you intend to take the organization. Every new FBI director takes it in a different direction, makes it something it wasn't before. That's a good and healthy process, but we've heard nothing about that from Kash Patel except these insane rants about the footprint is too big. I don't even know what that means. Sending people out to work as police officers and turning the headquarters into...
The footprint is too big means too many agents, too many people employed, too many buildings, too much power. Reduce the budget, cut the heads. And the ones that have been doing nefarious things for the last 10 years or so, maybe they should be investigated and prosecuted. That's what it means.
None of that will actually happen, but what sort of burn it all down damage is he going to do because he really has no other credible direction to take the agency?
Lots of questions now to be posed going forward in the coming days.
It's as simple as this.
Thank you for jumping
It's
on.
as simple as this. Did the agency do things to erode the constitutional freedoms of the citizens of the United States? The answer is yes. Then the next question is, why did you think you had the power to do that? And when you start investigating that kind of thing, you start to realize they have too much power because of the Patriot Act and the Bio-Patriot Act. They need to be truncated.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you.
This is the Smith Modernization Act that he's talking about. He's talking about the alignment of the mainstream media and the CIA.
Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice.
Those the words of Kash Patel vowing to go after perceived opponents of Donald Trump. He is now also the man that Trump says he wants to lead the FBI. Over the weekend, the president-elect making it official in a statement, calling Patel, quote, a brilliant lawyer, investigator, and American first fighter who has spent his career exposing corruption. Democrats calling the pick proof that Donald Trump wants the FBI to be weaponized against his political enemies.
No.
Kash Patel's
No. Trump doesn't want. Trump is trying to stop the weaponization. And you do that by restructuring, cutting the budgets, cutting the staff, and investigating the people that did nefarious activities at the FBI. And because there's such a paper trail, I'm sure that there's lots of proof of that. So it's not going after the corruption is not weaponizing the FBI. What it is it's trying to restructure it so we don't have a runaway administrative state that is not beholden to the people. Now, can someone honestly say that the FBI is beholden to the people when the FBI lies to Congress? Of course not. And that's why they need to be restructured.
Is because he agrees with Donald Trump that the Department of Justice should serve to punish, lock up, and intimidate Donald Trump's political opponents.
But some congressional Republicans
The political opponents broke the law, eroded this constitutional civil liberties of the people, and they need to be held accountable. Going after their corruption is not going after your political opponents. It's trying to root out that administrative state. Now, the administrative state wants to maintain the power, so they're always going to spin it as, if you try to take away our power, you must be going after your political opponents. No. Restructure it. Truncate the CIA and FBI and the NSA. I want a pre-9/11 day.
This election is exactly why Donald Trump was elected in the first place. Do you have any reservations about
not once did these investigative journalists or or anchors at the mainstream media. Not once did they say, maybe the power that was given to these agencies after 9/11 was a little bit too much.
No, Donald Trump campaigned on reforming the FBI and the Department of Justice. So I don't know why any of this is frankly surprising to people.
I think Kash Patel is a very strong nominee to take on the partisan corruption in the FBI.
There are serious problems at the FBI. The American public knows it. They expect to see sweeping change, and Kash Patel is just the type of person to do it.
All right, panel's back. Brent?
Control and domination. That's the goal of all power systems. They can be resisted.
All right, panel's back. Brad Todd, the Wall Street Journal has a pretty interesting op-ed on this today. I will say I was surprised that Lawler was so unequivocal as a swing district Republican. Obviously, the others that we saw there a little bit more straightforward in their kind of the way that we might expect them to answer something like this. But the Journal, sort of interestingly, they really went after Jim Comey in this op-ed. They say the FBI's abuses under Comey were the worst since J. Edgar Hoover, as documented by the Justice Department IG, and they reference the special counsel John Durham. FISA officials lied to get a warrant against Trump campaign.
This is the point I'm making. They lied to judges. They lied to judges. The FBI lied to judges. And you think that that Trump wants to weaponize weaponize the FBI? It's quite the other way around. The FBI was weaponized against Trump. And not only that, they were weaponizing him as a candidate. They weaponized the system against him as a candidate and as the President of the United States. Now think about that. They weaponized the deep state against a sitting president. That means that this proves my point. After 9/11, too much power was given to these agencies. They think they are above the president. They think they're above Congress. That's a problem. That's a big problem. And that is not what our founding fathers wanted.
Campaign, but they reference John Bolton, who told our Jake Tapper over the weekend that Trump has nominated Kash Patel to be his Lavrenti Beria, who's of course the head of Joseph Stalin's secret police. And he says the Senate should reject this nomination.
Now, everyone knows where the deep state is. It's not in Washington. It's not in Utah. It's not even in Hawaii. It's in the mustache of John Bolton. That's where the deep state is. You shave the mustache of John Bolton, and you find the deep state.
100 to 0, the Journal argues, okay, the Senate really has to look at this. What do you think is the future for Kash Patel?
I'm watching two people on the Senate Judiciary Committee, John Cornyn and Chuck Grassley. Chuck Grassley's already spoken. He said, of course the Justice Department needs to be reformed. Of course we have to have major changes. Kash Patel has to explain to the Senate how he's going to do it. I want to see his plan. John Cornyn also was Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court. He takes a very serious approach to these matters. Both of them are late in their careers. Both of them have not yet announced if they're running for re-election this time. I think that the way those two men handled this on the Senate Judiciary Committee holds the fate of Kash Patel's nomination. For sure, there are probably 2 or 3 Republicans who could vote no. If you're looking for a fourth one, what I would first
So if they're
a
senior senator that might not rerun, they're probably bowed off, and they're probably not going to confirm.
That's an interesting way to think about it. I mean, because the Journal does go on to write, does Mr. Patel still want to unleash the FBI on Democrats and media critics like Hoover? Down that road lies no end of political trouble. And again, this is the Wall Street Journal. It's not like a liberal bastion, okay? No end of political trouble for Republicans and the Trump presidency. The effort is sure to backfire. Voters didn't re-elect Mr. Trump to practice lawfare the way his opponents have. The country wants a bureau it can trust. not a Republican version of the Comey FBI. Will that resonate?
Well, I don't know about that, but I think that the Republicans are ready to see the Department of Justice turned 180 degrees around. And some of that's going to mean it's going to have to not go easy on Democrats. But I think Republicans mainly want to see it depoliticized. There is 100 to 0.
It's not just a politicization of the agency. It is too much power given to them post 9/11. That's the problem. Before we go maybe to Bloomberg or a different video, please help support my work. You help support my work by sharing the links, by making sure you subscribe, by donating on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and following my protocol and getting the supplements that I offer on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. A very important supplement, vitamin that you should be taking every day is vitamin C. This also has magnesium in it. This is good for your immune system. We're in the cold season. It's important to be taking this every day, and if you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Resveratrol. It's an antioxidant. It also helps with the health of your mitochondria, so it boosts up energy levels. And it helps to get rid of senescent cells. This is stackable with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol. So please, take resveratrol as part of your anti-aging protocol and boosting up your energy levels, your immune system, and longevity. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. And, because, a lot of people don't realize, and I keep on, telling everybody when I do these premieres, you can get a discount on my store. It's been around for like 5 years, all right? It's discount 5, all caps. Discount 5, you get $5 off on any order. And Goodnight Formula, really important to take. Take it every day if you're having problems sleeping. You need to have 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to be able to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and to be well rested. If you have chronic sleep deprivation, you're increasing your chances of early onset of dementia. So, and good sleep, repeated, consistent good sleep is going to slow down the aging process. That means you're going to have more energy, you're going to have more mental clarity, your mood is going to be better, and you're slowing down the aging process. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the Goodnight Formula. This has tryptophan and melatonin in it. It also has many other many other minerals and supplements within the profile here. Go to the store, take a look at it. I don't have time to go over every single one of them, but the whole point here is to take this, be well rested, detoxify your central nervous system, and consolidate memory. You'll have better mental acuity and clarity. Very important. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Again, discount 5, all caps, will give you $5 off on any order. And the ones that are on X, you can do a call in. All you have to do is raise your hand. I'll put you on live, and you can, tell me what you think about Kash Patel or what's going on in the news. What's your opinion about something? Whatever. The whole idea is this is more interactive. So the ones that are watching, please make sure you go to X Spaces on my channel and feed and join and raise your hand and participate. The whole idea of this broadcast is participation from the audience. Okay, so now Bloomberg is on commercial. So let's take a look at some other things that are going on in the news here. I want to listen to Zakaria here. It's titled, Zakaria argues a shift among Democrats might have cost them. Let's see where he's going with this line of thought here.
Here's my take. When the Democratic Party has been successful, it's often represented an optimistic, forward-looking view of America that embraced the future. Think of Franklin Roosevelt reassuring Americans in the depths of the Depression that they had nothing to fear but fear itself. Or John F. Kennedy's new frontier spirit as America aimed for the moon. The chorus to Bill Clinton's campaign song was, "Don't stop thinking about tomorrow." Barack Obama was always cool, promising a pluralistic new era of hope and change. But somewhere in the last decade, Democrats seem to have lost that sensibility. And I wonder if that's cost them politically. Consider how in this election, it was Donald Trump who was embraced by technologists like Elon Musk and Mark Andreessen. Trump went to a cryptocurrency conference and received a series of standing ovations. He celebrated risk-taking and spoke the language of disruption and radical reform. And perhaps as a result, he saw a huge shift of support from young men, especially Hispanics and Asians. This was the single most significant gain that Trump made demographically, and it is the most portentous for Democrats who have assumed that young people would continue to vote for them in large numbers. Democrats used to own the future-oriented aspirational vote. They were seen as naturally allied with high technology and youth culture. The triumph of Clinton and Gore represented the ascendance of Atari Democrats who championed high technology and promised to reinvent government. Obama was the overwhelming choice of Silicon Valley. It was Obama who canceled NASA's costly and ineffective Constellation program, opting to give SpaceX and others a shot at doing the job at a fraction of the cost, which they have done. What changed? The left wing of the Democratic Party argues that people like Obama got in bed with business and high tech, embraced right-wing economics, and over time lost the working class vote. The problem with this argument is that the facts point in the opposite direction. As Ezra Klein, one of today's shrewdest observers of economic policy, notes, quote, "Since Bill Clinton, the party's economic policy has become relentlessly more left. Barack Obama was well to Bill Clinton's left. Hillary Clinton ran on an agenda well to Barack Obama's left. Joe Biden ran on an agenda and governed on an agenda to Hillary Clinton's left. And over those decades, the Democratic Party's support among working class voters has cratered. Bill Clinton won the non-college educated vote by 14 points in 1996. Kamala Harris lost it by 14 points in 2024, a 28-point drop. And yet every time they lose the blue-collar voters, Democrats decide they must go even further left on economic policy. Meanwhile, Trump runs his campaigns on a mixture of some populism, but lots of libertarian policy ideas, appoints billionaires to all-important economic posts, and yet won more of the working class vote this year than any Republican in decades. Why? In my view, two reasons. First, voters these days are powerfully influenced by cultural issues like immigration, identity, and the so-called woke agenda. This is also true of the Democratic Party's upper middle class voters who vote for the party that promises to tax them more because they agree with it on social issues. Second, the working class is not overwhelmingly anti-capitalist. When he was running for president, polls often showed that Bernie Sanders' economic ideas, such as Medicare for all, were more popular among college-educated voters rather than working class ones. Trump's anti-statism appeals to outsiders who feel that the system is corrupt and inefficient.
There is such a thing as a Republican progressivism that's starting to pop up. In history in the United States, political scene, progressivism was primarily a Democrat thing. The idea here is that the middle class needs to have a government that's representing them, not just the wealthy, all right? The government should not be just representing the wealthy. So the Democrats in contemporary history typically had that in their wheelhouse. The Republicans have now shifted and said that no, there is this progressivism for the middle class, but it's also about God, country, and family. So as the Democratic Party moved more and more woke, more and more ultra-left, demonize country, demonize God, demonize family, it allowed space for the Republican Party to increase its tent and bring in this more conservative, middle-class person. Now, there's a lot of people that are highly educated that are voting Republican also. So it's not just the non-college grad or just the blue-collar worker. There are a lot of people that voted Republican, all right? But there is a shift in American politics, and it's about representing the middle class and having proper economic policies, proper international policies, proper domestic governance policies that are beholden to the middle class. Now, you may say that this is progressivism or whatever, but that's what's happening. And the Democratic Party totally blew it. Totally blew it. Most people in the United States want kind of a centrist kind of politic. Not super left, not super right, all right? Centrist. But when the Democratic Party moves towards this ultra-right, or ultra-left kind of mentality, when they move ultra-left, then they're demonizing God, country, and family. And there's a big part of America that wants a shift towards conservatism. They're tired of the woke. That's what's happening.
Democrats now say that they need their own Elon Musk and Joe Rogan, except that they had them in Elon Musk and Joe Rogan. Rogan was a Bernie bro. In 2022, Musk said he voted overwhelmingly for Democrats historically, and he only ended up endorsing Trump after his attempted assassination. This is not an endorsement of either Rogan or Musk, who are strange characters and have gone on their own complicated political journeys. But it is a critique of policies that have needlessly alienated many young aspirational voters who identify with the idea of risk-taking, disruption, and new technologies. Politics is a game of addition, and rather than growing their base, the Democrats are subtracting from it while Donald Trump is expanding his fans. If Trump is able to maintain or expand support among young Hispanic and Asian men, and perhaps even bring young black men into the fold, he will have created for Republicans what has so far eluded them, a working MAGA majority coalition. The Democratic Party has become a party of urban, educated, middle and upper middle class voters, allied with minorities and young people. Virtually the only major group with which Kamala Harris gained vote share in the last election was white college-educated voters. And yet the party remains deeply uncomfortable with its new base, still pining for its old working-class roots. And so it turns on business, technologists, risk-seeking young men, who after a while, having begun to notice that the party doesn't like them, are now returning the favor.
Yep. And I think that's a good thing. You know, we need the power of the people, right? You know, moving this thing forward here. I want to do a market recap here. So the S&P 500 is trading at 6,049, almost 6,050. The euro to USD is trading at 1.04. Oil is trading down. It's $67.74 for WTI, and the VIX is 13.44. So low risk. Dollar is strengthening relative to the opening session. and oil is trading lower. All positive signs here for a good trading day in equities. With that, let me just plug some products here, and then again, ones that are on X Spaces, you can raise your hand, you can join in as a call-in, and just give opinions about what you think is going on in the news, and you can participate in these live feeds. Again, the ones that are watching and listening, I have 2 live feeds. One live feed on the big channel, which is a larger screen, and then on the smaller channel I also have a dashboard of the market, live feed. All this is live telemetry of the market, and some news that's popping up through Dow Jones. The Bitcoin ETF BITI is up a little bit right now, and BITO is down by a little bit. So that's what the market's doing right now. But before we go to the next video, please help support my work by getting the products that I offer. I have structural nanosilver toothpaste. This is the best toothpaste that you can buy, all right? It's very high quality, has no fluoride in it, has structural nanosilver, it'll neutralize pathogens, whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, maintain your gum line, improve your gum line by reducing inflammation. When we get older, gum lines recede, all right? That's bad. But you can improve the health of your gum line by using this toothpaste. In addition, by using this toothpaste, you are reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease. When we get older and we have a receding gum line, what happens is the gums get more irritated, and your gums could bleed, right? So you can get small little plaque into your bloodstream or bacteria into your bloodstream from poor oral hygiene. Well, that creates inflammation in your vascular system and causes additional plaque, or these little plaques that get into your bloodstream, from your tooth. Then what happens is that you can get a micro occlusion. All right, bad. It's bad. All right. In addition, bacteria and inflammation on your valve of your heart could create valvular disease. You don't want that. So bad oral hygiene causes cardiovascular problems. All right? On the valve, with inflammation or bacterial vagination, what can happen is that the valve could get irritated and weakened. You might have a prolapse, you might develop regurgitation, or stenosis, where the valve starts to harden with calcium hardening. Well, if your valve isn't working right, your heart's going to start remodeling, and it's the beginnings of heart disease and potentially heart failure. When you have these plaques that start to build up on your valve, they can break off, and you could have a stroke. So really bad things can happen if you have bad oral hygiene. This starts to develop when you get older. Well, you need to take very good, very high quality toothpaste. This has no fluoride in it. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a few tubes of this from my store for your household. Use this toothpaste. You can't get a better toothpaste. All right? Most people use the crap from like Colgate and stuff. Don't use that. Go to my store, use this. All right? Neutralizes pathogens because of the structural nanosilver, and improve your oral hygiene, reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease. Get a few tubes of this from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Support your health and help support my work. In addition, take Max 35 or Max 14. You take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, swallow. What it does, neutralizes pathogens, maintains the mucosal barrier in your oral cavity, and by doing that, you're improving your oral hygiene, you're neutralizing pathogens, and you're maintaining that mucosal barrier, so you're mitigating infection. All right? I take this every day to get the max 35 or the max 14. The max 35 is 35 ppms. The max 14 is 14 ppms. Take a teaspoon of it a day. Every day. All right? If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. Again, you swish it in your mouth, you gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow. Really simple. Do it every day. All right, let's go to Bloomberg here. This is the balance of power here.
You thought we'd be talking about Kash Patel all day, right? I did, till last night, when the pardon dropped. This, of course, is our top story. Joe Biden, following a Thanksgiving on Nantucket Island with the family, deciding to do what he said he would not do. Let's go back to June, the G7 in Italy, and President Biden.
I'm extremely proud of my son, Hunter. He has overcome an addiction. He's one of the brightest, most decent men I know, and I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Fast forward to the 1st of December, Joe Biden, quote, "For those offenses against the United States, which he has committed or may have committed or taken part in during the period from January 1st, 2014 through December 1, 2024, an executive grant of clemency for his son." Which is where we start our conversation with Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, driving our coverage here on what I see was another working weekend. You just can't escape, can you?
It's usually though Trump that's making news in the evening, so it was a fun surprise to have Biden making news.
Just imagine Joe Biden thinking of this in Nantucket as he considered his options. What brought him to this extent? And it might not be a single event. I just wondered if Kash Patel, having that name out there, having the conversation that he was hearing in the media, brought him to this point.
You know, and it's not Matt Gaetz, but it is Pam Bondi. So looking at the cast of characters who Trump has slated to run the top law enforcement agencies, that certainly has weighed a role. But also remember that the clip you just played of Biden saying, "No, I'm not going to pardon my son," that's June 13th. June 13th, Biden is still running for president. You know, Biden now in early December is no longer running for president. The political stakes are not there. The election is over. And just the calculus and the risk are a lot less to him. You know, now he says he's looking more at sort of what do I want to do in my last 3 or 4 weeks in the White House versus, you know, sort of what does this mean for my legacy? What does this mean, big picture for my political future?
Hunter Biden was to be sentenced later this month on the conviction on the gun felony charges and then, of course, the federal tax crimes he pleaded guilty to in September. Was there a concern that there would be more charges would materialize, because this didn't only pardon him from these crimes?
The pardon, the language of that pardon certainly indicates that that they were at least worried that this would be, you know, that either there were other crimes that may be out there, or that, you know, there would be sort of an impetus among these Trump officials to go and try to see what else might exist out there. So this is a really, really broad pardon. You know, this is not something since Richard Nixon that we've kind of seen this kind of language. Usually it's, you know, clemency for a specific act, a specific crime, much more narrowly targeted.
Full and unconditional, as we read. We've seen some Democrats wavering on this. The governor of Colorado, Representative Greg Stanton, the first to come out in the House, Democrat from Arizona, saying Hunter committed felonies and was convicted by a jury of his peers. But who cares if you're not running for re-election? Is that the way we're looking at this?
Yes, and I think now a lot of people, particularly in areas where their you know, sort of political calculus, you know, wants them to separate a little bit from Biden. This is something that they can, you know, say, hey, look, you know, I don't agree with the president on this, and then, you know, say, hey, but look, you know, look at this infrastructure money, look at this CHIPS money, something else that they give them a little bit of. It's a politically convenient thing to criticize if you need to distance yourself from Biden.
So they go to Nantucket every year, right? That's what the Biden family does for Thanksgiving. What do we think went on at the Thanksgiving table. Is that when this was decided?
Yeah, and this was a very quiet weekend in terms of public appearances. The president was very much behind closed doors with family, and I think the gravity of just both Hunter's the date for him to be sentenced was just a couple weeks away. Plus Biden also knows that he's not going to be in the White House another 6 weeks or so. So this is all kind of culminating and weighing in. And I think that as they kind of sat down and talked about this, it said look, we may have said this, but what's in the best interest of our family? He's not thinking about that versus the party or the country.
By the way, we are waiting to see President Biden in Africa, stepping off Air Force One shortly in Angola. This is the last big trip of the term. He is making good on a promise to visit Africa before he leaves the White House. After this trip, he comes back, it's a couple Christmas parties. I mean, what's the rest of Joe Biden's presidency look like?
There's a couple things that
It's amazing how they spin. Well, he's just trying to, keep his promises that he was going to go and visit Africa. But why doesn't he keep his promise about not pardoning his son?
Money can they get in place that because there's a lot of these things that Trump would like to rescind or make more difficult going forward. So that's sort of the focus, but it's not going to be a big splashy exit. It's going to be the sort of the perfunctory parties trying to sew up what they can at the administrative level.
Well, he will be at the inaugural. Those will be some interesting optics, right?
Yes, I mean we'll get some more interesting photos like we did a couple weeks ago when Trump came to the White House, and the handoff that Biden didn't get 4 years ago, when he knocked on the White House door.
Yeah. As we spend time with Laura Davison on this Monday after the long weekend, I'm just curious to hear where your head is on transitions. As I mentioned earlier, I thought Kash Patel would be the lead story. In any other world, it would be. Is he actually going to be the next FBI director based on what you're hearing from Republican senators?
It's not yet clear. There are some senators who have come out and expressed a little bit of concern. He is a more divisive figure. Also there seems to be sort of a group of four that's forming. Pete Hegseth, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are going to be sort of the ones who are sort of in limbo here, that it's not clear consensus that they will make it through. I would think it highly unlikely that all four of those would fail. Maybe one, maybe two. We'll have to see after these meetings are taking place this week. These folks are up on the Hill meeting with senators, and we might get some inclination going forward on who has a little bit more support versus less. Obviously, lots of bad news over the weekend for Pete Hegseth. His email coming out from his mother, very critical of his behavior towards women and his family life. So there's a lot of stuff that's circulating right now that the senators, who have been away for several weeks, are now just coming back to Washington and digesting.
I don't even know where to start with this. Penelope Hegseth sent an email to her son in 2018, said on Friday she regretted the email, essentially calling him a womanizer and telling him to change his ways after this whistleblower report we learn about.
They're going to deep
whistleblower that came out of quite a dive here in the New Yorker. He got drunk to the point of needing to be carried out of multiple work events, sexually pursued the organization's female staffers despite being married. This is more of the same that we keep hearing about this individual. Should we expect that he will stand for a confirmation hearing?
So far it seems likely. Trump's team has not wavered on him. You may note that Trump has similar allegations, against him when it comes to treatment of women. So this isn't not necessarily seen as a negative in Trump world. There's people on the Hill like Joni Ernst, senator from Iowa, who herself is a survivor of sexual assault. She's also has close ties to the military, being a veteran herself, her daughter as well. So this is going to create some really interesting and perhaps uncomfortable optics in the hearing room.
Yeah, just take a look at RFK Jr. as well. As you mentioned, we've got New York Times today talking about his drug addiction, compulsive sexual behavior, deep dives into conspiracy theories. Wall Street Journal talking about a sexual assault accusation in the 1990s. NBC talking about his describing the CDC's vaccine division as fascist. These are going to be wild confirmation hearings, assuming they happen.
Yeah, and it's normally when these picks go in, they sort of moderate. They tell the senators a little bit what they want to hear. Trump is also going to be watching these hearings very closely, so it'll be interesting kind of how these candidates sort of, do they kind of, go with sort of the most, made for TV sort of lines, or are they, sort of moderating their positions a little bit to try to eke through these nominations?
Boy, I'll tell you what, the lame duck is going to be fascinating, but then we just start with a whole new Congress and a whole bunch of new questions come January. Laura Davison helping to steer our coverage here from Washington. Laura, thank you so much. Someday you'll get a weekend, I suspect. Maybe not as Bloomberg's politics editor, not in this world. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Great to have you back with us here on the fastest show in politics. We'll turn our attention to the other major story cooking over the weekend, and that is the rebellion underway in Syria.
I think that Trump is going to have some confirmation problems with his nominees, especially Pete Hegseth. He might be dropping out. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. Now, I have 3 new great products that are on the store now, okay? Boomer Boost powder. You mix this with your food or with filtered water or a smoothie, right? Or with milk, right? This has 68 different nutrients, all right? This will help with your heart health, and also it will give you a big boost of energy. This is great if you're older and you want some more energy and you just want to take a powder, a powdered supplement. This is very high quality, extremely high quality, all right? What I do is I mix it with my hummus, all right? So I've been testing this and how it helps with my body and how to add it to my stack, all right? I'll tell you how I do it. There's a big scoop in here. I put that scoop in hummus and I mix it, right? And then, but some people, they put it in a smoothie or a shake. Some people do a shake. Some people, mix it with, some other food, right? You can do it a lot of different ways, but the way I do is I mix it with hummus, right? But you can mix it with yogurt or something else, right? You take a big scoop powder once a day. It's very high quality. What you'll notice is you're going to have more energy, right? And there is a plethora of different nutrients in here, all right? So go to the store and take a look at the profile for this powder. It's very high quality, all right? It's a great way to kind of move your body into higher energy levels, improve your cardiovascular health, and then also to help to detoxify. Now, let me explain the whole detoxification aspect. So you're boosting up your energy with this. Now, I also have 2 other products that I mix this with, all right? I have the heirloom barley in a larger container. This is a sample, all right? But the larger container is going to be the size of this, all right? So I have a larger container, almost double the size, for the heirloom barley and the gladiator barley, okay? The heirloom barley, all right, you take a few scoops, depending on, in week 1 you take 1 scoop, in week 2 you take 2 scoops, in week 3 you take 4 scoops, in week 4 you take 6 scoops. What this basically does is it's providing more energy, but also it helps to detoxify your body. All right, so you got to kind of slow it in because it's detoxifying your body. This is heirloom barley, way higher quality than regular barley. All right, so you have to take it. The energy packed in the barley is much more than regular barley, let's say, that you buy at Whole Foods or at some other grocery store. And it's a powder. And you just mix it. So what I do is that I take the gladiator, all right? I take the gladiator barley, or the heirloom barley, all right? And I put 2 scoops of the powder with 1 big scoop of this. And I mix it with my hummus, all right? What that does is this will help to detoxify your body. All right, and it has a very strong antioxidant, and it's the superoxide dismutase. All right, what you'll notice, like that first few days, you might actually start noticing your body's detoxing, and you might get a little bit of a headache or a little bit sweats. You might sweat a little bit, but that's where it's depending on where you're at, with the health of your body. You got to do it a little bit slowly. That's the reason why I just did two scoops. All right, this is high density energy powder, all right, because of the barley is high density energy. So And because I take a lot of other stuff, I just do the 2 scoop. I don't do the full 6 small scoops. It's a little scooper, right? This has the bigger scooper, just a little scooper. So I take 2 small scoops of this, all right? And I mix it together in the hummus, and they're synergistic, right? So you're boosting up your energy levels with this. You're improving your heart health, and you're detoxifying your body with the Gladiator. And it has a lot of protein. It has protein in it, so it's a lot of protein. So you mix these 2 together. Now you can mix it with the Gladiator barley, all right, or the heirloom barley, all right. But both of them are going to help to detoxify your body. And you can take just this, or just this, and just mix it with your food and detoxify your body. In that case, I'd probably take a couple more scoops. But because I do so many other things, I've been experimenting with this, and it works really well. All right, so go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Mix it with your food, or with a shake, or a smoothie, or whatever, right? And for best results, either take a couple scoops of the Gladiator barley, or a couple scoops of the heirloom barley, and mix it in, and you get that added detox and protein, okay? 3 great quality products. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All 3 products are in the size like this, okay? Get the Boomer Boost, great way to get 68 nutrients and help with your energy levels and your cardiovascular health. And you can get the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. Now, I've created a longevity box, and that longevity box is called Longevity Boost. And that is a box where you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of Gladiator or heirloom in the larger containers, because these are the samples. All right, so you can get the longevity box boost, and you can pick heirloom barley or Gladiator barley, and you get the Boomer Boost at a discount. Or you can buy them individually. It's up to you. But the best results is when you take the Boomer Boost and you mix it a couple scoops or so with either Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. Okay? These are very high quality. It's a great way to get healthy. All right? But you mix it with, filtered water, create a smoothie, mix it with hummus or yogurt, or, some people can mix it with milk, if you like taking milk. Mix it with your food, whatever. It's up to you and how you want to take it. A lot of people do it a shake kind of way, where you get like one of those shakers and you just mix it, that way. I like to take it with hummus, so I mix it with my hummus. And I also mix my probiotic with this stuff. So I'll take it all together. The probiotic, the lignans, the Boomer Boost, and the Gladiator heirloom. Works really well. It helps to detoxify the body, and you're getting the nutrients that you need. If you work out, if you are, let's say, really into working out, taking the Gladiator barley, probably a couple more scoops than I'm normally taking, to get your protein, right, and to detoxify your body because of the superoxide dismutase. But also taking the Boomer Boost, and that's a great way to fuel yourself for your workouts and for your recovery. Great way, all right? Very high quality product. I'm glad to have it on my store now. So I have 3 new products on the store. Go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Longevity Boost box. Get it for a discount if you get it as a longevity box, or you can buy it separately on my store and get the Gladiator barley, the heirloom barley, or the Boomer Boost. Again, all of these products are in this container. What I have in my hand right now is a sample. But I've been testing it out for the last month and a half or so. Really good results. But you do feel that first week, you do feel a detoxification is taking place. All right? So it's a great way to get healthy. It's easy to do. Scoop, Mix it with your food or water or shake or whatever, boom, you're done. Really, and if you work out, it's a great way to fuel your body. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost, the Gladiator Barley, or the Heirloom Barley. Very high quality products. All right, Syria flares up with Russia, Iran fighting other conflicts. Let's go to Bloomberg. They're talking about the Middle East here.
Vladimir Putin is stretched thin in Ukraine. Does he have any influence left here?
Well, he has some, and you saw Russian air assets deployed in defense of Syrian troops, and yet at the same time, he hasn't got a lot, Joe. He will have a small presence in Syria. He doesn't have a lot more to give. So when Assad's, nervously picking up the phone and calling Moscow, the other end's going to say, well, good luck, but we don't have much more to send you.
As Bloomberg is reporting here, as Aleppo fell to rebels over the weekend, the Syrian president flew to Moscow. What does that tell us?
Well, we have long known that Assad was essentially an asset of Moscow, an extension of Iran, and so he is going, to make that personal plea and to try and to push to get whatever he can to defend against these rebel troops. But again, there isn't much, especially as Russia is worried about what the next month and a half has in store for Ukraine. Zelensky is going to push to get the best possible negotiating position he can, with Trump coming in and talking about this big deal that he has in the works.
What does this all mean for the Biden administration, Brett Bruin? Joe Biden, of course, abroad right now. He just touched down in Angola a short time ago, but actually had the wherewithal to announce a ceasefire with Hezbollah last week, is reportedly working on one in Gaza. Does this White House have any influence about outcomes in Syria, or is this about the Trump administration?
Well, look, Biden's influence is certainly waning, and they're trying to make a good effort to secure something with Hamas before the clock ticks midnight on January 20th. But at the same time, I think, quite frankly, a lot of these leaders know that Biden is old news, that he is no longer able to yield and wield the kind of power. And so you're going to see the Netanyahus, you're going to see even the Putins trying to hold on for Trump to come in and hopefully to get a better deal.
We're having this conversation, Brett. We haven't mentioned the name Tulsi Gabbard yet, and I'm not sure that we should. But she's facing a confirmation hearing to be the nation's top spy, essentially, knowing of her dalliances with Bashar al-Assad, her opinion of the veracity of his regime, essentially her support, if I can call it that, for him. How does this color?
See how they're trying to demonize on Bloomberg, Tulsi? Never-ending war. It's okay to have never-ending war on Bloomberg. Brings up the stock on Lockheed.
On civilians in Syria, but it also, quite frankly, is likely to bring more atrocities. And Gabbard is going to have a tough time explaining why, in the midst, the height, in fact, Joe, of some of these atrocities, she went without any clear diplomatic mission other than to provide legitimacy, other than to provide a propaganda point for Assad to use. So is this the kind of person that you want making those major decisions about U.S. intelligence and how to deploy our intelligence assets? I think a lot of senators will have those questions.
You better believe it. This is someone who has said that Assad is not the enemy of the United States. They're going to have images, video of her with him that is shown in these confirmation hearings, no?
Well, and it raises the question, in terms of vetting, you normally, in a normal transition, would want to have checked these sort of things. Did that happen?
The thing is that Trump wants to de-escalate war. He wants to reset the agencies so they're more accountable to the will of the people, and reduce the power of the administrative state, because they've been trying to circumvent Congress, and they have been trying to circumvent the executive branch, the leader of the executive branch, which is the President of the United States. How many lawyers does the FBI have so they can try to circumvent the rule of law? Find the loopholes. On your taxpayer dollars, of course.
With just weeks to go
Let's
here.
just demonize.
Does this administration play a role internationally from here on out between now and January 20th? Does he in fact have any influence as we wait for Donald Trump globally?
Well, it's interesting. He's going to Angola in part to celebrate U.S. investment in the country, in the infrastructure, and as a play against Beijing to try and reassert American relevance, quite frankly, on the continent. I served half my diplomatic career in Africa, and we are losing the game.
Maybe we should have been doing that the last 4 years during his presidency, trying to have a little bit assertive effort on trying to check what China was doing in Africa, instead of the twilight of his administration. Oh, let's not forget that Hunter Biden was getting paid by the CCP. Amazing. Give Hunter Biden a pardon, go to Africa to try to push back on the expansionism of the Communist Party of China in Africa. Lovely.
And whatever the next Trump administration brings here internationally. So thank you for the insights today. And let's stay close on all these issues. Brett Bruin is President and CEO of the Global Situation Room, a veteran of foreign policy and diplomacy here in Washington, D.C., and a perfect voice for us today as we keep our eyes on what is happening in Syria. Remember, we had this conversation. This one is not over yet. These rebel fighters continue their way southward, and we're still waiting, of course, for resolution in Gaza. All of that ahead as we turn our attention to our signature panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us on the Biden pardon and on the transition. Kash.
All right. I'm going to go to the Hill and talk about the pardon, because I think Robbie from the Hill will have some interesting things to say. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow the protocols. Reduce inflammation is really important, all right? You can reduce inflammation by taking turmeric. It's an antioxidant, but it brings down those pro-inflammatory cytokines. And also ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha controls your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. And by bringing down inflammation, you're improving your immune system and your cardiovascular system. These two are synergistic, so you should be taking them together. Take the turmeric and the ashwagandha, bring down that inflammation, help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. And I have 2 probiotics, all right? I have the VeggieCap probiotic and the powdered form, which I mix with the Boomer Boost and also the barley. So it's up to you if you want to, take it in a powdered form, mix it with your food or filtered water, or take the VeggieCap form. But both of them are high quality products. You need probiotics. Why? You need good gut biome to have mental acuity, mental clarity, and improve your mood, right? People can be in depression because of just bad gut, all right? It also improves by taking a good probiotic on a regular basis. You're improving your metabolism, you're improving your communication between your gut and your liver, your gut and your brain, like I just said. And when you do this on a regular basis, you're reducing the inflammation within your gut. And by reducing the inflammation in your gut, you're going to have a healthier gut and reduce the chances of disease. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the probiotic either in the powdered form or in the VeggieCap form. And when you do this, you're going to improve your health. You're going to also see better hair, better nails, and better skin when you take a good probiotic. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the probiotics. Get the turmeric and the ashwagandha also. All right, let's go to the Hill and see what Robbie has to say about the pardon.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Thanks for tuning in after the Thanksgiving holiday. I hope it was a good one. We have to skip the idle chatter though because we've got some big news to get to today. I'm joined by Stephen Alacara. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. Wish we could talk about that, but we got to go straight to the news. What's on your radar?
Indeed. Well, here we go. President Joe Biden has issued a blanket pardon to his son Hunter Biden for all offenses he has committed or may have committed since January 1st, 2014. That is, Hunter Biden is off the hook for any alleged criminal activities over the course of the last decade. Now, let us be very, very clear about what has just transpired. First and foremost, President Joe Biden has broken a promise, one he made unequivocally, that he would not pardon his son. When he ran for re-election, Biden told the public, in no uncertain terms, that this course of action, this exact thing, was off the table. Biden previously said, unambiguously, I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process. As White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre put it, Biden was very clear, very upfront, obviously very definitive. Let's watch.
I know you said not a lot's changed since yesterday and that's a personal matter, but from a presidential perspective, is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No.
Well, is there
I just said no. I just answered. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, so much for that.
Yeah, that aged well.
GETTR is now for all teams. Even teams finalizing go-to-market plans for products that are anything.
Well, so much for that. Now, as with Joe Biden's obvious mental decline, KJP was apparently asked to defend the indefensible, to defend a lie. With a stroke of a pen, Joe Biden has made the sweeping decision to shield his son from the law, from public order, from justice. Now, it's worth digging into the details here. The blanket pardon covers the legal jeopardy Hunter Biden already finds himself in, as well as potential corruption issues for which he has not yet been charged or even fully investigated. Earlier this year, a Delaware jury convicted Hunter Biden of 3 felony counts of improperly purchasing a firearm while addicted to drugs. Now, he could have faced up to 25 years in prison for that, but was expected to serve just 16 months or less, maybe no jail time. Now, the honest truth, you're going to get it from me, the honest truth is that the prosecution of Hunter Biden for lying on a firearms possession form was always a sideshow. I support the Second Amendment. I support decriminalizing drugs. Drug addiction should be a medical issue, not a crime. Showing Hunter Biden leniency in that case would not have been altogether improper. But Hunter Biden was also convicted of tax fraud, and on that issue, he is not a sympathetic figure. Wealthy, well-connected political figures should not be protected from the IRS to a greater degree than ordinary people. Cheat on your taxes, and the federal government descends upon you to make your life a living hell. It is not wrong to show the scions of important politicians even more scrutiny than average citizens. Okay, but the biggest issue, much bigger than tax fraud or improperly filling out a gun form, is the one for which Hunter Biden was never charged: influence peddling. For years, during Biden's vice presidency and afterward, Hunter sold his access to his father, and he sold it to foreign interests in China and Europe. So much of what the mainstream media assured the people about Hunter Biden's foreign dealings turned out to be a lie. In fact, Hunter Biden arranged for Dad to call into business dinners to meet with business associates. That's not all. Hunter Biden also sought to leverage his influence with his father to benefit foreign business interests. Here are the highlights from a report from just 3 months ago.
Report related to Hunter Biden. Newly released records show that Hunter sought State Department help while his dad was vice president. New York Times reports that Hunter, acting on behalf of a Ukrainian energy company, Burisma, you probably know it by now, requested help from the U.S. Embassy in Rome, in Italy, for a potentially lucrative business deal. Now, Hunter wrote at least one letter to the U.S. ambassador to Italy in 2016 seeking assistance for Burisma, the Ukrainian gas company where Hunter sat on the board. Now, the officials seemed uneasy with Hunter's request and wrote back, quote, This is a Ukrainian company, and purely to protect ourselves, USG should not be actively advocating with the government of Italy without the company going through the DOC Advocacy Center.
It's just what we know so far. That was a recent revelation. Imagine if they actually dug into it. Now, was any of this criminal? It doesn't matter, because Joe Biden has taken it off the table entirely. Hunter Biden cannot be investigated and charged for any of it. He has received blanket immunity for anything he might have done wrong since the year 2014. This is a stunning level of protection from the slow grinding wheels of justice. Make no mistake, there's nothing remotely like this so far in all of American history. A president protecting his son, not just from minor legal jeopardy relating to an oversight, as can perhaps be argued in the gun case, but from any legitimate scrutiny over naked and abject corruption. If I sound angry, it's because I am. The president has used his unlimited pardon power to excuse the corrupt and potentially illegal actions of his son is a shocking, deliberate, and damaging blow to the rule of law. Donald Trump did this. We would have never heard the end of it from the mainstream media. How did the media cover the news of Biden's unwise action? One outlet, Politico, tweeted, "Republicans pounce on Biden pardoning his son, Hunter." Republicans pounce, really? As if that's the real scandal. Not that Biden did this, but that his political opponents dared to point it out. This tweet formulation, of course, follows a well-worn formula that any time a Democrat does something wrong, that wrongful action is not the story. The Republican counter-reaction, or according to the media, overreaction, that's the story. Enough of this. Biden broke a campaign promise, betrayed his legacy, betrayed the principles of law and order and justice for all. For the lowly and the mighty alike, and he did it all while every mainstream media institution in the country insisted that Donald Trump was a unique and unparalleled threat to American democracy. Well, the president has just issued perhaps the most disreputable pardon in this country's history. That president is not Donald Trump. That president is Joe Biden.
All great points, Rob.
Okay, this beautiful fight court. This is amazing for stews and gravy. Absolutely stunning. Again, this one's very similar dishes and.
All great points, Robbie. This is bad. It's bad precedent. It's bad politics. And the only person who'd been talking about potentially pardoning Hunter Biden was Donald Trump. What's interesting here is that Biden is essentially adopting the Trump point of view that the justice system is politicized and that it's weaponized. And now look, do I think that people deserve a second chance and redemption's important? Yes. Do I think that the justice system potentially is weaponized, as both Trump and Biden have talked about? Very possible. But the problem here is that this pardon is being selectively used on the president's son after Biden said over and over again that he wouldn't do it. And if you think about one of the core premises of why Biden was elected in the first place, it was to move us back to normalcy. It was to restore trust in our institutions.
There is nothing that prevents Congress from investigating Biden. And my understanding is that a president, a president obviously can be impeached. They're not going to do an impeachment of Biden as president. But my understanding is that there can be actually an impeachment of a prior president. Now, I don't know all the legal ramifications of that. It may be, tied into security protection and retirement pension type stuff. I don't know. But Congress can investigate Biden, all right? They can go after, why did he pardon? Did he pardon because he was trying to hide something? Trying to hide his own activity with this? Because that's what it looks like.
And in 2020, it was to defeat MAGAism. Now, if you look at where we are today, he's failed on those counts. Trust in institutions remain at an all-time low, and I think decisions like this only feed the cynicism and strengthen Trump. And, I think for the Democrats who are going to follow Biden, the future Democratic leaders, they're going to have to dig out of a pretty steep hole.
For Biden to point out that the system can be politicized and weaponized against people like Joe Biden is a fine and valid thing to say. I've been saying that not just on Trump's behalf, but on behalf of other political figures for a long time. And I want to be really clear here that I understand the argument that the gun issue was over-interpreting a statute that I myself am not sure passes constitutional muster, because I support and agree with gun rights, and that was being blown out of proportion. And if that was it, I'm not sure I would give this a second glance. But this is blanket immunity. The same, I should say, kind of immunity that they wanted to give Hunter Biden when he made the plea deal. And the judge looked at him and he said, wait.
They're trying to hide the activity of the family members. Joe Biden, the big guy, got 10%. That's what they're hiding.
This covers everything. This stops a future investigator saying there might be something to look into with the influence peddling. That is what Americans, Trump supporters, conservatives are outraged about. Not that he improperly filled out a form related to a guy. I mean, drug addicted people should not have dangerous weapons, fine, so I won't say it's totally baseless, but it was a minor issue. What matters to people is whether Hunter Biden got away with leveraging his connection to his dad to foreign interests. Trump was impeached over Ukraine-related Biden diplomacy that maybe Hunter was benefiting from. We don't properly know. There's nothing to charge him with yet. But to take that off the table, that's what Joe Biden just did, and that's what's so scandalous.
And I'm glad you're pointing to this issue, because there's a reason why this blanket pardon goes back to 2014. One of the reasons is likely that's when he joined the Burisma board.
Yes.
And I truly think that, yes, we're talking about the tax issues, we're talking about the gun issue, which I agree with you is probably overblown in context, but this influence peddling is part of the issue that's eroding and just eating away at the trust of our government right now. Part of the takeaway from this past election is that I think voters generally feel like the elites have gotten too powerful and that they've gotten away with too much. And then you see a pardon like this, it just further reinforces that narrative. And now it's very possible we may never know what Hunter Biden was doing specifically about influence peddling, except for what he's already said publicly, which is he would not have gotten some of those positions, some of those very lucrative board seats if his last name was not Biden.
I think it's clear.
This is the premium Garmin Duffel 45 liter by Half Day. It's a transforming 2-in-1 travel duffel bag for long weekends, weddings, and business trip.
I think it's clear the politics of this are very bad for Joe Biden and the Democrats. It seems, very hypocritical. It's being done. There's no, Biden's party has lost his reelection. Democrats are going to be out of power. There's not an immediate political cost to pay. They've already lost. The battle is over. They lost. So the thinking must be, might as well do this now. Last chance to do so before he leaves office, and it's not going to. There's no immediate political cost to pay because they've already paid the political cost of their bad decisions. Nevertheless, I think just tactically, strategically, it is wise for Democrats, up and down media figures to just condemn this as opportunistic and hypocritical. Some are doing so. I saw Colorado Governor Jared Polis, who's a Democrat I like, did that. Others, like Eric Holder, crawling out of the woodwork to say, oh no, this is all fine and dandy. It's incredible.
Yeah, well, Governor Polis is positioning himself in an interesting way to be more independent-minded here.
Yes.
And he said, I think, what's on the minds of a lot of people. As a father, you might be able to sympathize with the father-son relationship here, but you can't put your family ahead of the party. I mean, how many times did we hear in the campaign, country above party, and that
It's all about God, country, and family. And the Democratic Party has a tendency to erode God, country, and family. All right? The family unit. The problem that we have is there's too much corruption in our politic. This pardon with Hunter is to hide the big guy's 10%. That's what this is all about. But like I said, this is the surface. The reality of the situation is it's the corruption. You got to go to the root cause, the corruption. By slow walking the laptop from hell and not investigating it back in 2020, it interfered with the election. The FBI interfered with the election by not investigating. The FBI and the DOJ interfered, also the mainstream media interfered with the 2020 election by pushing a narrative that was wrong. And that was this, it's a Russian disinformation. Well, let's just push that until after the election, and then we can have it come out that it was real. The system isn't beholden to the will of the people. That's a problem. The deep root cause of this is a runaway national security state, a runaway administrative state. Needs to be corrected.
Criticizing Trump for only wanting to serve himself. This is obviously a pretty self-serving decision. And 2 points on the timing, as you were referencing. One is that Hunter Biden's sentencing hearing was going to happen this Wednesday for one of the cases. And the second is Biden could not have done this pardon during the campaign. That would have created even more problems for them. And I do think that the result of this election,
they can't give the pardon during the campaign because that might affect the election. Oh, we can't investigate the Hunter laptop computer in 2020 because that may affect the election. Election interference. Never-ending election interference.
Well, too, I think that Biden does not want to play any games or take any risks with a Trump Justice Department in the future. So hypocrisy just all around here.
And some people will be wondering if it's just about protecting Hunter, is it actually about protecting himself as well? We've got lots more to talk about on Rising today. We're not done talking about the Hunter Biden pardon. In fact, we have Michael LaRosa, former press secretary to Jill Biden, going to be on the show to discuss, and we'll look at reactions from across the political spectrum coming up in a bit.
Unbelievable. All right, let's play another one from the Hill.
The CIA has particular skills in developing relationships. Life is all about relationships.
I would love to see the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA be truncated at least 50%. Cut their budget, cut the staff, and hold these people accountable for what they have done to the American people. They have broken the law. They've broken the confidence in the social contract.
Continuing to follow the big news this morning, President Joe Biden pardoned his son, Hunter, on Sunday, reneging on his re-election campaign promise not to do just that. Hunter had been facing up to 25 years behind bars for tax fraud and gun charges. In a statement released on Sunday, Biden wrote, quote, "I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process and led to a miscarriage of justice. And once I made this decision this weekend, there was no sense in delaying it further. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision."
President-elect Donald Trump railed against Biden, suggesting he should have pardoned the January 6th Capitol rioters, posting on Truth Social, quote, "Does the pardon given by Joe to Hunter include the J6 hostages who have now been in prison for years? Such an abuse and miscarriage of justice."
There has been swift condemnation on both sides of the aisle. Joining us now to discuss is Michael LaRosa, former press secretary for First Lady Jill Biden and a spokesperson for the Joe Biden 2020 campaign. Michael, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So, Stephen and I already discussed this at the beginning of the show. We are very concerned and disfavorably inclined toward it, but we want to platform all sorts of views and perspectives on this show, certainly.
So generous.
You have worked with the Biden family very closely, so why don't you share with us your reaction to this news?
Well, I think legally, I'm glad he did it.
I'm a true believer that this all came about in 2018 because
Michael LaRosa sounds like a wussy. His voice. What the hell? I mean, get some testosterone or something. Before we continue with LaRosa and his female voice, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the digestive enzyme complex. This helps to digest carbs, proteins, and lipids. Really important to reduce the load on your pancreas, especially when you get older. All right? If you work out, taking the digestive enzyme complex will help to break up your food to be able to refuel your body after your workout so you'll recover quicker. So this is a great supplement to take to reduce the load on your pancreas. And if you do work out or you're an athlete, this is great to take to refuel your body. This also has proteolytic enzymes in it that helps to break up glycoproteins. That was really important in 2020, trust me. And bromelain, which is fibrinolytic, which is really important to break up clots, which is really important post-2020. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. Very high quality product. Go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And I have a great dual purpose product called olive leaf extract. You take this every day. This helps with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. How it works is it brings down inflammation, lowering those pro-inflammatory cytokines, and also it will bring down the LDL and increase your HDL levels. So it's improving your cholesterol. So if you want to boost up your immune system and your cardiovascular health, this is a great product to take. It's dual purpose. It's a great way to go down that path to improve your health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. All right, let's go to Michael LaRosa, the one that doesn't have testosterone.
President Trump's obvious political threat was Joe Biden. And he went to the Justice Department and had his prosecutors target the publicly, troubled son of the former vice president. And 5 years later, longer than Monica Lewinsky, longer than the investigation that Ken Starr ran to Whitewater, they came up with 2 minor first-time offenses. Nobody under those standards, I mean, first of all, the DOJ would never be prosecuting or investigating anybody for those kinds of offenses, let alone charging people for them. And I'm glad the president is pardoning his son, because that's what the pardon power is used for when there are circumstances that are unjust. And in this situation, I think he's right. There was raw politics at play. Let me just push back on that. This is a very unprecedented.
What about the 10% to the big guy? Don't you think that the pardon is trying to hide that?
I mean, there's never been a case of so proximate a family member receiving this kind of pardoning, and also not just for what you mentioned. I agree and I understand as his brother. Sure, but a father pardoning a son for not just the wrongful convicted criminal activity that I tend to agree with you on was overblown. I'm a Second Amendment supporter. I'm a drug legalization supporter. I don't care particularly for myself about the gun thing. But not just for that, which has already been litigated, but taking off the table the idea of anything being looked into involving corruption or influence peddling. Just a few weeks ago, it came to light that he tried to meet with Hunter did Italian authorities for a business reason. There could be more stuff that comes out, prompting an investigation, prompting an inquiry. But now that is done forever. Well, what the last 5 years?
Let's just forget all about how Hunter Biden had dishonorable service to country as a service member, crackhead Hunter Biden, and sold his country down the road to the CCP and to ones in Ukraine.
What were they doing for the last 5 years? If you want to say that the Trump people didn't do an effective job of investigating these things, sure. I think Republicans
they were
Trump
appointed prosecutors. They had 5 years. I mean, I would think that they would have had the resources and the time. Remember, it was no secret that he sat on the board of an international energy company.
La Rosa Trump had a FBI and DOJ that wasn't working with him. They were slow walking everything for the benefit of the Biden family and the deep state. Because I wouldn't be surprised that FTX and the crypto bro, Sam, with all his donations and things that were happening with Ukraine, that there was some sort of money laundering going on.
Private company, not a foreign government, so he didn't have to apply to register for FARA under those circumstances. It wasn't a foreign government, therefore I assume that's why they couldn't make a FARA charge in the first place. So,
Michael, just to zoom out for a second, I do think looking at Biden's statement, he talks about the influence of raw politics. I think there's a chance that that's true. But that's the case that Trump has been making for a long time about the Justice Department being weaponized and politicized. So is Biden agreeing with Trump on that case?
This is where I tend to believe the politics of this is a bit of a mixed bag and has some damaging consequences for Biden personally and his legacy, and for the Democratic Party. I mean, we, on the Biden campaign and in the White House, we always tried, at least publicly, we always said we were holding ourselves to a much higher standard than the Trump people that came before us. It looks kind of like the president only discovered this was raw politics over the weekend. I think we live in a political system now that rewards authenticity, and had he been a little bit more candid over the last 5 years and said, yeah, this is clearly political, I'm all for restoring the faith in our institutions, and we should believe in the independence of our justice system, but there is no way on the face of this you could look at it and not say it's political. And I think as a father and government official, he was trying to, I guess, reach for a standard that just wasn't believable, that he could be.
It's not political. He broke the law. And the deep state slow walked it to affect the election of 2020. So if there's investigations that go on and someone is actually prosecuting him for crimes, it must be all political. It wasn't political in 2014 when he was taking cash from the CCP and from Ukraine dealing. Come on. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to have a heart attack. So I don't want you to have a heart attack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and improve your cardiovascular health by taking vitamin K2 MK7. This helps with your bone health and your cardiovascular health. So take it every day, something that I do every day, and you stack it with D3. D3 helps to absorb calcium, works really well with K2, and D3 is a gene expression cofactor, so you get the right processes in your cell being expressed. And D3 is really important to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. That's really important, especially when the cells are infected. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the D3, take it with the K2, it helps with your bone health and your cardiovascular health. This is a great stack. So please, go to my store, get the D3 and the K2, so you don't have a heart attack. Because what's going on in our politics just raises your blood pressure.
Partial with something that most fathers can't be involved.
Do you think he always intended to pardon Hunter if it got to this? Because he said in no uncertain terms that he would not take this action. When asked about it at the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, said repeatedly that he had made up his mind to never do that. There's no way around it that he has broken.
News alert, Robbie. The whole Democratic Party for the last 4 years has been lying to the American public.
Promise, do you think he always intended to, or he genuinely changed his mind, or after he lost, he said, well, I don't have to be held to any of my promises now. There's no political consequence.
No, the truth is I have no idea, but I do know that it's the second major reversal in 6 months that will have damaging consequences on the party that he leads and turning over to somebody else. And so I think it's unfortunately an unnecessary slap at his legacy, another one. But legally, the right thing to do. I wish he had been more consistent, and I wish he had left the door open to something that was so personally connected. I wish he would have left the door open from the beginning.
Well, to your point about the consistency and authenticity in the messaging, I completely agree with you that his messaging should have been much more open to this eventuality. We know that if Trump were in the same position, he would have done that. And so my question is, you've worked in the Biden White House. What is it about the culture of the White House, particularly among the communications staffers, who are saying this consistent message of we're not going to pardon Hunter, only to reverse that? Why not just say what's closer to the truth?
Right. I have no idea, but I was a huge advocate for shining a light on vulnerabilities, turning weaknesses into strengths, and transparency. And I was up against a lot of resistance. And as an outsider, I was not at the top of the seniority list, and certainly they didn't want to hear that from me. But you make a really good point, and one that I've always struggled with. And I don't know if the president is a victim of a very bad gut or very bad guidance that he consistently gets when it comes to public relations and communicating in a modern media environment. I really do think voters reward imperfections, loyalty, vulnerabilities. In fact, that's what people connected with Joe Biden the most on, that he wears his heart on his sleeve, and that he is candid. And the fact that he wasn't, and the fact that he was sort of placed on this leash over the last 2 years, and really the humanity in Joe Biden, everybody has always appreciated, that he received enormous goodwill for over the years, was kind of taken away. And ultimately, I can't say enough that I had always, tried to show a different route.
That Joe Biden is a candid person. What about the diary of his daughter? What about, sleeping with the babysitter? What about taking money as the big guy, his 10% cut? Yeah, he just, he's all above board. Joe Biden is an above board guy. Lunch Bucket Joe. Lunch Bucket Joe is just above board on everything. No, he's corrupt.
For them to take when it comes to being transparent, and why candid and honesty and direct communication is actually just a rewarding principle now in politics because of the media age we live in. And I think as a Democrat, I'm scared to say that if there's one great contribution Trump has made, it is the fact that being yourself gets rewarded by voters.
How do you think Democrats should handle this? They seem a little split right now. I saw, for instance, Colorado Governor Jared Polis strongly denounced the move while expressing sympathy for the position Joe Biden was in. Eric Holder responded to that, saying, no, this was the right thing to do. So I've seen many people defending it. I've seen many people not defending it. for my money, I think just strategically, Democratic political figures should pounce all over this, as Republicans are being accused of doing by the mainstream media. What advice would you give?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, and I actually haven't thought about how I would advise somebody else on this right now, because the president's an easy target. He's put himself in a position to become an easy target.
But wouldn't distancing oneself from it, isn't that a failing of Kamala Harris, that she didn't, at least, you know, at a time where Americans showed they had a massive appetite for change, and she didn't say she would do anything differently?
Sure, but I don't believe that there was you know, the campaign has explained that she didn't want to put separation between her and the president for loyalty reasons, and that she was part of that team.
But you want to win.
But you want to win. You want to win, yes, but you don't want to be disingenuous. So obviously disingenuous. And there were ways I strongly believe to communicate, for example, on fracking, that she could have talked about how much damn oil we've been drilling for the last 4 years, more than Trump ever did. And she didn't talk about any of that. And she could have just said, "You think I'm actually going to ban fracking? Look what we have done." Biden and Harris has done for the last 4 years. He didn't come close to creating more barrels of oil, millions of barrels of crude oil a month than we have over the last 4 years. There are plenty of ways she could have provided distance without being disingenuous or, you know, disloyal.
One interesting idea I saw from Andrew Yang was that he should have pardoned Hunter Biden and Trump. Do you think that Joe Biden should have done that?
I mean, the court system has basically pardoned him, right? They've sort of cleared him of all the charges from what I know.
Yeah, future administration could, I guess.
They could. I mean, we'll see. I tend to think these things we should just move on after the legal remedies are exhausted, and you know, it seems like the pardon extends back to 2014, like you said. So.
Do you think he would have done this if he had won if he'd stayed in the race and won re-election, or if Kamala Harris had won? Yes. Would he have still done the pardon? Do you think?
Yes.
If he had stayed in the race and he won,
because right now there's no political cost to bear.
Right.
The party's lost. So there tend to be pardons being made. You know, the ending days and hours of.
He would have pardoned his son either way. It wouldn't matter. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Since we're all having a heart attack right now because Hunter Biden is pardoned by his father, Lunch Bucket Joe, go to my store and get the omega-3. This helps to lower your LDL levels, increase your HDL levels, improves your cardiovascular health. Really important to take every day. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It is synergistic with nattokinase. Nattokinase not only breaks up clots because it's fibrinolytic, but it also helps to lower your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels to improve your lipid profile. Very important. A lot of people in the United States have problems with asthma, with cardiovascular disease, with diabetes, kidney function. A lot of these things could be mitigated, if not completely alleviated, by changing lifestyle and doing some simple things. But what happens is that it festers, it becomes chronic, and then further disease starts to take place and further damage to the body. And it's harder to revert. So if you take my advice and be proactive with your health now, you're going to spend less time and less money when you're older trying to treat disease. Trust me on this. I've seen a lot of older people that have problems, and that, you know, it's too late a lot of times. Sometimes you can manage them, but you have someone that has, you know, heart failure or early heart failure or heart disease that's starting to slowly turn into heart failure. It's too late. It's too late. You know, you put them on some beta blockers, you know, depending on what type of disease they are, or you give them some, anti-arrhythmic drugs, and it's just a downward spiral, and the heart gets weaker and weaker and weaker over time, and eventually gets into heart failure. or they have high blood pressure and you're trying to control the high blood pressure, and that high blood pressure is remodeling the left ventricle, and all of a sudden it's not pumping as well, and there's a backflow going into your lungs and causing further damage on your right side of your heart. Bam. Too late. They start having a heart attack, and their life is flashing in front of them. They're in the hospital, and they don't know what's going on, right? They're scared. They're on death's door because they didn't take action early on. Now, a lot of people, this is just going to fly over their head. They're not going to care because of cognitive dissonance or whatever. But that's what's happening in America. Lots of disease is because of lifestyle. Now, you can stop that if you pay attention to me. If you don't pay attention to me, you will increase your chances of having that kind of event taking place when you're 60s, 70s, 80s. Do you want to have longevity? Do you want to, live with vitality? Or do you want to live with crepidness? You want to be, a person that is immobile. You don't want to go down that road. Trust me, you don't want to go down that road. So it's important to take the supplements, to be proactive, to move around, to exercise, to do a little bit of cardio, do a little bit of resistance training. Train your mind by learning new things. Read, write, talk to people. Stretch. Do some balancing exercises to improve your cerebellum. Mindfulness. When you do all these things and you couple that with proper diet and exercise and proper sleep and supplementation, when you do all that together, you just have to do a little bit every day, there's a compound effect and you're improving your health. Now, there's no magic bullet, but I guarantee you that if you don't take charge of your own health, there's no one else in this world that will. It's up to you. It's up to you. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow what I do. All right? Try to live a life with more vitality and hopefully longevity. All right? So go to my store, get the omega-3, get the nattokinase, improve your cardiovascular health. All right? There's an awful lot of people right now, as I speak, right, during this live broadcast, there are several people at this moment in time that are having a heart attack, that are in the hospital right now on death's door. And their life is flashing by them, going, what if I did this? What if I, too late, too fucking late.
Overly
Is Hunter Biden secretly going, yes, Dad lost, I can get my heart in now?
It would be overly cautious nature, I think, to a fault, and to the fault of many around him. I tend to think that had he been running and had he won, he would not have done that.
Fascinating.
And one thing that I think gets lost from all this is there are a lot of people who do not have access to political power and privilege who might benefit from a second chance. And I'm hearing from a lot of clemency advocates today saying that Biden has not done nearly the kind of pardons that Obama did towards the end of his presidency, when Obama pardoned many nonviolent drug.
Well, and there's still time.
Yeah.
He has until noon on the 20th, I think, to pardon people and to grant clemency. And so I assume that there is a long list that will, be disclosed by the White House on January 20th of folks who did. And to me, this is where I am with the president on this. This is not so much about a second chance. This is about if his last name weren't Biden, would these charges have ever been brought? Or would there ever have been an investigation into...
But do you think that's true in the tax case?
If his name wasn't Biden, he wouldn't have had these fancy board positions to make millions of dollars. Hunter Biden admitted when he was being interviewed, I think it was maybe 60 Minutes, maybe it was some other organization, but when he was being interviewed, he said, they asked him, what's your experience in oil and gas and all this, and how did you get your positions? And he said, it was the family connections. It was the name. I'm paraphrasing, but I mean, even he admitted to that. So stop the bullshit that it was his name that caused the investigation. What caused the investigation was the pay-to-play crap that he was doing and giving 10% to the big guy.
But gun case, I really do, in all fairness.
Well,
the tax thing, though, seems like what routinely the IRS will go after you for.
Sure, but millions of Americans fail to pay their taxes on time every year. And the fact that he paid his taxes back in full with penalty and interest years before he was charged seems a little overzealous to me. Would you really want to spend federal resources on somebody
I don't
who
want to spend federal resources on anything tax related. I want to simplify the tax code, make everyone pay less.
But do you want to go to this trouble of investigating somebody for 5 years on a first-time tax offense in which he paid the government back the taxes plus penalty plus interest?
My honest answer to that is no.
Right.
I don't want to see it taken out of the realm of investigation, the foreign influence parts of this, for which the media initially said there's nothing here, and then subsequent reporting revealed that there was. And again, I'm not making anything up, but that they said there was no call that took place. Actually, he did try to include that. Actually, did have him a business.
But what is the foreign influence you're speaking about? Because if there had been the DOJ.
How do you think that Jill Biden buys those fancy dresses? Do you really think it's because of how much they're making as a president? Or do you think maybe it's the millions of dollars from doing, improper deals? They travel a lot too.
Enough resources to bring those charges. But what is it that you see that they didn't see, I guess?
Well, I don't know what is out there because it has not been looked at yet in full. But there have been continuous revelations about what it involved, what was being asked for, the salary version of payment.
We do have to re-examine the term influence peddling. This is a very broad term.
But maybe there's too much of it regardless.
There are many Republican senators who have spouses who are lobbyists.
Yeah.
The job of a lobbyist is to influence public policy. Hunter was not a registered lobbyist.
Yeah.
He was not a registered foreign agent. He was sitting on the board of an international privately held company.
Which he said he got because of his last name.
Like Neil Bush did when he sat on Silverado.
Absolutely.
There's no argument that this was the first time this has ever happened. I agree with you, but
it's unseemly, maybe a different discussion for another day. The one thing that is concerning, though, is that the Republicans have created a new front on political warfare. I mean, they have now set the standard that in-laws are in play, that children, grandchildren are in play and open to public evaluation in terms of their finances, in terms of their personal history, because Hunter Biden was. So what is the standard for the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee? Where are his kids getting his money? Getting their money? Should we examine everybody?
Yes.
Yes,
I think
absolutely.
that's okay.
This is the problem. This is the problem.
And
When you're a public figure, there needs to be more scrutiny on the family members and making sure that there's no pay-to-play type activity going on.
You're not, your 14-year-old, but someone who is politically or financially benefiting from your cozy relationship with the industries you're supposed to be regulating. If that gets a second look, that sounds fine by me.
And if the Democrats have any balls, they will now take this to campaigns and evaluate every candidate and challenger the same way that Joe Biden's family was evaluated on.
All right, Michael LaRosa, we appreciate you coming on the show to make the case. We want to hear from all sides. We do appreciate it. More Rising coming up right after this.
Before we go to Bloomberg, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAC. NAC is something that I added to my stack This is important because it boosts up the glutathione levels. It's another pathway to soak up free radicals. By soaking up free radicals, by using antioxidants, what's going to happen is you're going to slow down the aging process. You're going to reduce stress on the cells. You're going to boost up your mitochondrial health. You're going to have more energy. And that means that your systems are going to work better. All different systems, endocrine system, exocrine system, immune system, many different tissues. In addition, NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And it also helps to calm the nervous system, put it in more of a parasympathetic state. So it reduces anxiety. So take NAC, all right, boost up those glutathione levels, soak up those free radicals. This is a very powerful supplement. Add it to the stack. This is synergistic with NAD+, resveratrol, C60, ubiquinol. There's a lot of ways to stack this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the NAC. And lastly, structural nanosilver gels. I have two types. I have it in the tube form and also in the easy to dispense form. This is great for traveling in a bag or whatever. This is a dual purpose product. This will help to heal your skin. If you have an abrasion, a cut, a minor burn, it'll help to heal it quicker. You can use it as a daily skincare. Put it on your skin and put it on for the day and then exfoliate, or put it on before you go to bed and exfoliate in the morning. You'll notice your skin's clearer and tighter, especially around your face. And structural nanosilver gel can be used to neutralize pathogens. You put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, and it'll stay active and protective for 5.5 hours. Really important during the cold season, really important when you're going to school or at work, or you're in a dense area where it's the cold season and you don't want to get it sick. Now, a lot of people don't realize that the average person will get sick 3 times a year, all right? And when you get sick, even if it's benign, even if you have just a minor cold 3 times a year, it takes about 5 to 7 days to clear. And then it takes 2 to 3 weeks additionally to remodel the damage that the inflammation caused. So that means that anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks for every single time you get sick, even with a benign, mild, moderate cold, it takes from the moment that you get sick to the moment that your body is fully healed, 3 to 4 weeks. The average person is sick 3 times a year. That means 12 weeks out of the year, you are sick/remodeling damaged tissue. Now you wonder why your immune system is chronically inflamed. Now you know why that you age quicker. If you mitigate getting sick, where you're only getting sick once a year, or you're not getting sick at all, then your body has the time to remodel and to heal other areas of the body instead of constantly fighting some sort of mild cold or infection. This is the reason why I said you want to slow down the aging process, bring down inflammation by taking the turmerics and the ashwagandha, neutralize pathogens by taking the structural nanosilvers, and soak up free radicals, because when you're sick, you produce a lot of free radicals. All right? And when you do that, you're slowing down the aging process. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the structural nanosilver gel, and take the tube form or the easy to dispense form. Do that. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use it on a regular basis for skincare, but also use it during the cold season to mitigate catching something. Really important. A lot of people don't realize that even if something is mild, if you get it periodically throughout the year, it takes time for your body to remodel. So it's soaking up. So you're throwing away, the average person is throwing away 12 weeks out of the year 12 weeks out of the year where the body is remodeling or sick, just with common cold. Now you add in some other stuff like osteoarthritis and constant inflammation from there, or bad gut, or peptic ulcers, or high blood pressure, or poor diet and it's inflaming, causing inflammation. When you're chronically inflamed, now you know why your body ages so quickly. Now, a lot of people don't tell you this, but if you follow what I'm saying, you're going to slow down the aging process and your tissues are going to be healthier. It's very simple. All right, let's go to Bloomberg. This guy that's, the head of political power, or whatever this show is called, he looks inflamed, but,
It's the final month of trading for the year, and we're going to be looking closely, with Abigail's help, for the rest of this calendar year at how the Trump trade is evolving, because we have seen quite a move, of course, since the election, and all I keep hearing about is a melt-up and a Santa Claus rally for the rest of the year. So let's get to Bloomberg Markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle. I don't know about the Dow here, but the broader market's looking pretty good, Abigail, so the melt-up continues.
The melt-up does continue. Right now we have the S&P 500 higher by about 0.2%, but that tech-heavy index, the NASDAQ 100, up more than 1% on the year. The S&P 500 up more than 25%. And going back a number of years, whenever the S&P 500 has had that kind of a gain from January through November, it has gained in December by more than 1%. So history suggests December will be kind of stocks. We were just talking about that Trump trade. So of course, some of the gain this year has to do with the Trump trade and the idea that the future administration will be good for the economy and markets. One piece of it today, which is really interesting, the dollar, the Bloomberg Dollar Index currently up about 0.6%. And over the weekend, President-elect Trump warning BRIC nations not to create their own currency. He's threatened a 100% tariff on them if they did. South Africa today said that they have no plans to do so. Some of the other BRIC nations, such as Brazil and China, have discussed the possibility of some sort of a single currency, but most experts and strategists, Joe, say that this is very unlikely, that King Dollar is King Dollar for a reason. And, at the end of the day, the United States is the lender of the last resort from the Federal Reserve, Treasuries. So at this point, that King Dollar, that is a piece of the Trump trade. Right now on the year, up more than 5%. And most of this, very interesting, since the end of September, when a lot of the numbers started to shift in favor of President-elect Trump.
She's not just our Trump trade correspondent, she's markets correspondent. Abigail, thank you. Great job as ever. As I mentioned, we'll stay close to Abigail for the rest of the year to see how much.
So let me get this straight. The Trump trade now they're promoting on Bloomberg, yet just a few hours ago and several days ago, they kept on saying how bad Trump was for the economy because of tariffs. You know what? Listen to the system. The system is this chaotic emergent behavior of the market, of different asset classes and all that. It is very pro-Trump. Very, very, very pro-Trump policy. And so when someone says, oh, the tariffs are going to be inflationary, if you look at it only in one variable, but if you look at it in multiple variables, it may be not. So look at things in a multivariable way and you'll probably see the system more accurately than siloed. That's the end of my transmission. Again, for people that want to participate, make sure that you're chatting in the boxes during the live stream, or listen on X Spaces. Raise your hand for the call-in. This is supposed to be interactive, so people can tell me their opinion about certain things. Don't be afraid. Sometimes people, are afraid to talk, but don't be. This is supposed to be interactive. That's the whole point. And it's going to be based on breaking news, so it's going to be very unstructured. And I think it's better to be unstructured. So, that's the way it's going to be. But participate. In addition, you can watch these live feeds on my large channel on YouTube and also my smaller channel on YouTube. You can see the larger screen or you can see the dashboard on the smaller channel. The dashboard has all the telemetry, real time of the market, of certain asset classes, and you know, this is a great way to kind of interact in real time. In addition, I'll do replays. I'm going to be doing a replay on this. I'm going to do a premiere on the channels, so for the ones that couldn't participate. In addition, please help support my work. Make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. It's really important. Follow me on X, both feeds on X. Also, I have GETTR, so follow me on GETTR. And you know, if you would like to help support my work, because these videos are for free for everybody to learn from. It's donations and people that purchase the products on the store that allows me to do these things. So please purchase the products, and you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I greatly appreciate people helping by purchasing the products and donations and paid membership on Patreon. It really helps with providing this content. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.